All the action, all the biggest players, all in one place. Follow the action from the racetrack to the sales ring at Keeneland on closing day of the spring meet. Right place, right time, right here. Make your move at the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, Friday, April 25th at Keeneland. Learn more at april.keeneland.com.
remains on the turf, and I think that's really important because that was such a loaded field and still remains to be. Yeah, it's a great card. Looking forward to it.
I think folks can hear us now.
Yeah.
I think our mics are. We were
Suddenly,
talking,
I could hear
but
myself.
I don't know that anybody could hear us. Pick 6 carryover. That is coming into the card after yesterday, and it's over $39,000. Races 5 through 10. That does include all of our stakes races here this afternoon. So a big pick 6 opportunity. Again, the Transylvania presented by Keeneland Select is our only turf race of the day. We'll get to the track conditions in just a little bit, but let's take a look back at yesterday, and we'll start with race number 6 as a look back. Paris Lily establishing that position early on, going to the first turn, and she kept up rolling for Godolphin, as Godolphin had a nice day, as they tend to do here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Yeah, 2 winners on yesterday's card and a nice looking winner circle there. Congratulations to the connections. As we take a look at Heavenly Sunset, this was an impressive win, also a clocker's pick. She set the pace. She went straight to the lead, but actually clocked the final time and pretty quickly. So I think future is bright for that filly.
Palisades gave jockey Ben Curtis his first stakes win at Keeneland Racecourse for his good friend trainer Eddie Keneally. And this was in the Palisades Stakes, taken off the turf course. Eddie saying they were hoping that the race would come off the turf. They got their wish. I guess we can blame Eddie Keneally for all the rain. He said he was praying for rain. And then Verity was ultra impressive for Godolphin and trainer Owen Hardy and Vince Chaminade in the Beaumont Stakes.
Yeah, she was really impressive. And Owen Hardy, we know how good of a trainer he is, and he's had the opportunity with some really nice horses over the course of the past couple of years. And congratulations to them and Verity taking the Beaumont yesterday.
Let's go to WKYT for the Monday weather.
All right, a Monday at Keeneland. Seems a little odd, right? Well, of course it is. We know that the weekend certainly delayed everything, but what we expect out there for you today is a damp day overall out at the track. It's not going to be anything fancy or nice. We're going to keep those temperatures down, too. You're going to get a mix of sun and clouds, but I think during those key times, noon, 3, and up to 6 o'clock, we're 47, 54, and then around 53 degrees. So we're going to top out in the 50s. This is well below normal for this time of year. We should be a lot warmer than this, but as you see here, especially these 2 times right here, when it should be the warmest, it's not. We'll see some more warmth coming, but the dampness and the coolness dominate out there for you today. Good luck.
You know me, I'm a glass half full type of gal.
Of course you are, yes.
It might be a little cold tonight and tomorrow. Next week is going to be gorgeous. Like high 60s, low 70s. So, you know, there's always that to look forward to from a weather perspective.
I'll remind you of that as the week progresses. Let's take a look at our John Deere track conditions. Main track, muddy. The turf for the Transylvania presented by Keeneland Select listed as good. So muddy to start the day, turf course listed as good. You can see that we're off the turf for the other turf races 2, 4, and 6, but the Transylvania does remain on the grass. It'll be our first turf race of this meet with no turf racing yesterday. Let's take a look at our full card selections. Make sure that you take advantage of the Keeneland Race Day app and the AI feature, which yesterday I think the AI probably out-handicapped us.
Don't say that. We don't need them to replace us. I mean, AI is very good, and I should actually ask them to make my full card selections. But instead, I spent 3 hours handicapping this card. And here's what I'm left with. Hopefully we have a good day. And, Scott, it appears that you and I do not line up.
Just twice.
Yeah.
Just twice.
Barely. Oh, hey.
Yeah.
That's new.
There we are. We're lining up at least in the lower left-hand side of the screen. Not to brag or anything, but I had 3 winners. You had 2 yesterday.
Okay, but I had money supply in the last race, which possibly led to this pick 6 carryover and was a nice price. 7-1, something like that? Yeah. So what's the winners. ROI?
I'm not sure. 3 versus 2. That's 3 is better than 2.
The most important thing is making money at the end of the day.
3, it's the magic number. Social media, at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, FanDuel TV. Give us a follow over there on X. And then the FanDuel TV Plus app. Make sure you've got that if you're looking to catch coverage at home on FanDuel TV. Race day coverage each and every day. It's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, and as mentioned, download the Keeneland Race Day app for our selections, and if you want the AI selections as well. We'll move on from that. That's a look at social media. Grade 1, Central Bank Ashland. Race number 9 on this 10-race card. $750,000. Kentucky Oaks points on the line.
one of the key prep races for the Kentucky Oaks, which is in a month from now, and we have a field of 8 assembled. Mahima looking to bounce back after a third-place finish behind 2 very nice fillies in the Grade 3 Honeybee at the end of February.
Absolutely, and that was her first return in a couple of months. Obviously, she finished 3rd behind Quiet Side, who would come back to win the Fantasy, and 5G, who would come back to win the Gulfstream Park Oaks. So still a good effort, but heavy is the head that wears the crown. I mean, the expectations were set very high from the get-go with this filly.
Yeah, especially when you win the first 3 races of your career. You're trained by Brad Cox, owned by Shadwell, $700,000 Keeneland September yearling. She's a nice filly, but this is a tough field. I think I went 6 deep in the late pick 4, which we'll get to in a little bit. I'm going to Super Speed on top. This is a Louisiana-bred filly that the Flying Dutchman bought at the Keeneland September sale for $460,000. Debuted on the turf at Del Mar, won immediately. Second on not Breeders' Cup weekend, but at Del Mar in the Del Mar Juvenile Fillies turf. And then continued on with turf races. But this was her first race on dirt. And she was beaten by a filly named Maysam, who was exiting the Sunland Park Oaks and just had a terrible go of it in the starting gate, and that's why she ran so poorly. But that's a Bob Baffert filly that she's heads up with and does not back down at any point in the race. John Sadler shipping in here to Kentucky, one of a couple of fillies coming in from the West Coast, from Southern California. I think she is good enough, and that she, in that duel that she put on there right there, horses will oftentimes move forward from situations like that. And I think that there's a big opportunity for Super Speed, the Louisiana bred, to do so in today's Grade 1 Central Make. Ashland, Look Forward is a nice filly. She didn't have a clean start in the Honeybee, but prior to that, she won the Santa Ynez, and she was only beaten a length and 3/4 to Tenma in the Grade 2 Starlet at Los Alamitos, and we just saw Tenma win the Santa Anita Oaks this past Saturday, that Key West Coast Kentucky Oaks prep. And then the number 5 horse, Running Away, she did so in the Basanda last time out, going a mile and an eighth. She just keeps on going. So for stud TNT and trainer Wesley Ward, he goes to Gerardo Corrales. I think that she cannot be overlooked, the daughter of Gunrunner. But I like Mahima, Take Charge Lady, could bounce back. There are a lot of ways to go in today's Grade 1 feature.
There are. I even felt bad of leaving off the 3 Super Speed and the 1 Look Forward, even the 2 Lacara. I mean, there are so many fillies in here that you could really make a sound case for. The 6 Take Charge Me Lady is where I go in here. And I say that with a little bit of caution because she was entered in the Fantasy. She was scratched out of that event due to a minor foot issue. But I think if she is good today, and she is 100%, she is really, really good. This is a look at her win in the Martha Washington. And why I decided to pick this race, Scott, is because she beat Quiet Side by 5 lengths in this race. She absolutely dominated against this group. Quiet Side, of course, coming back to win the Fantasy. Now, what happened in the Honeybee? If you go back and you watch the race, she was squeezed out of position early. She's a filly that wants to be a little bit forwardly placed. And then after that, she actually just did not have a good trip whatsoever. So you have to draw a line through that. And you also wonder if whatever foot issue she had before the Fantasy was kind of nagging at her in that event too, because she just didn't look like the same racehorse. I'm hoping she can come back in a big way. I mean, she put in a bullet work on the mud, or in the mud, I should say, at Oaklawn. If she's right, she's good today. So she's going to be my top play. The 4 Mahima we mentioned, I think she really has to step it up. If she doesn't step it up today and she doesn't win this or run really well, I wouldn't be surprised if she cuts back in distance after this.
Even after winning at a mile and an eighth in the Demoiselle?
Yeah, because she kind of had a cushy trip that day. She was on the lead uncontested, and you and I both know you can get away with a route race one time, and then they kind of get exposed to that. So we'll see. I mean, she's by Munnings. You know, she has Tappet on the bottom side, but I wouldn't think that that's out of the realm of possibilities. And then the 5 Running Away, she is a stayer. If she makes the lead, she might not quit. So a really good field, though, for this year's Ashland. So many different ways to go. I had a tough time with this one.
It's a difficult race. It is a true Grade 1, as they all are here at Keeneland Racecourse. They are not easy to win, and that's why they're listed as Grade 1s with this kind of purse money on the line and obviously glory on the line. For more on today's Grade 1 Central Make Ashland, here's Tom Leach.
Running away comes from the barn of trainer Wesley Ward. This horse is 2 for 2 since he put her onto the main track. And their most recent win was at 1 1/8 on the main track in New York in a stakes race. And Wesley says the layoff to this race was by design.
Just didn't want to back her up in distance. And she's kind of a big, tall, leggy, got a light build filly. So I didn't want to be shipping her around as well either, where this would be our main focus here to prep for the Kentucky Oaks. So I just thought I'd bring her back home and do multiple workouts for her fitness leading into it, and she hasn't missed a beat. We're real excited. Gonzalo Torrealba, Three Chimneys, and everyone at Three Chimneys is excited to have a Grade 1 possibility, hopeful winner here in the Ashland, which will lead into the Oaks.
An interesting price play in here, I think, is Take Charge Milady at 8-1 for trainer Kenny McPeak. You got to forgive her last race in the Honeybee and look at the 1-2 starts back in the Martha Washington out at Oaklawn when she beat Quiet Side decisively. Now, the maternal grandmother of this horse is Take Charge Lady, and trainer Kenny McPeak reminds us that Take Charge Lady was 5 for 5 at Keeneland.
And this filly is the spitting image of Take Charge Lady. It's eerie how much they look alike. She's by a son of Take Charge, or by Take Charge Indy, who's a son of Take Charge Lady. And so I think the pedigree really is screaming. And I'm excited to try her at Keeneland. I mean, she's going to be a little bit of an outside chance, but you know, this race or this field doesn't intimidate me. I think that if she runs back to the way she's been working, she's got a real chance.
Take Charge Milady does have a win over a muddy track. Looks like a pretty well-matched group in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland.
Kenny checking in from Dubai.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be here today. That's kind of a quick turnaround, isn't it?
It might be, but if anybody's going to do it, it'll be Kenny McPeak.
He's everywhere.
He's gone all over the place here as of late. Saudi, Dubai. We'll see him in the next few days at the very least. All right, that's a look at the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Let's roll it back to the Grade 3 Transylvania presented by Keeneland Select. Now, there is a chance, and I think a better than good chance, that we're going to see a couple of more scratches in here because we still do have a couple of horses on the A listed on the outside. Johnny Velasquez has been named on the 13 Barricade, who does draw into the race, so the 13 is in. When it comes to the 14, 15, and 16, we will find out. Obviously, we've got Johnny listed twice on here, but he does ride Barricade, the number 13, in this race.
And Irad, who was named on both Mibago and Barricade, chooses Mibago, the 11th.
And they're still looking for a rider on Hammerhead, the number 12 horse. So it's a fluid situation. Bottom line, Grade 3 Transylvania presented by Keeneland Select. I go with Irad in staying with Mibago. This is a Vacoma colt for Gary Barber that they bought for just $62,000, or Gary Barber bought for just $62,000. And he's been on a tear as of late. He broke through with a maiden win October of last year at the age of 2. Then he lost at Del Mar on Breeders' Cup weekend, but he's come back with 3 consecutive victories since not only turning 3, but also at the end of his 2-year-old season, displaying speed. Now, I think it's safe to say for all of these horses, the turf course, the good listed turf course with all the rain that we've gotten, is the biggest question mark. That on top of the fact that there's a lot of depth here. But he comes out of Gulfstream races where that is one of the fastest turf courses in the world. Mm-hmm. So this is a completely different scenario that he's going to find himself in. But what put it over the top for Mibago, about a month or so ago, there's a Racing Post article that Blood Horse did publish as well, that Mark Casse has gone ahead and nominated this horse to the English 2000 Guineas. And that is one of the biggest races in the world for 3-year-olds at Newmarket on the straight. Obviously, Mark Casse has experience going over to England with Tepin winning Queen Anne at the highest level. So there's a chance that if his horse runs big, we could see him Derby Day on that first Saturday in May in the morning hours at Newmarket running in the 2000 Guineas. I'd love to see it. Love to see him tackle the best 3-year-olds over there. Reagan's Wit's my second choice. I don't think you can knock him. He's been very consistent over his career. He's looking for that second lifetime win. And for Cherie DeVoe to put him in here versus looking for an allowance race must speak to how well he is doing, even after that defeat last time out in the Columbia Stakes at Tampa Bay. And then Chasing Liberty, he's a horse that's been very consistent as well. They've taken him all over the country. Kentucky Downs, Del Mar. He's run here at Keeneland. He ran in the Indian Summer, but he's progressed, stretching out to a further distance. So I think Chasing Liberty on the inside size is a contender as well. So 11-2-1 in today's Transylvania.
I had such a tough time with this race. I agree with you. I think Mibago is the horse to use, and I will certainly be using him in the pick 5, pick 4 that I'm going to play. But the 7 test score, he just strikes me as the type that might be better as a 3-year-old than a 2-year-old. So he ran actually against Chasing Liberty on Breeders' Cup weekend at Del Mar, and he ran a darn good race that day. He almost beat him at 12-1. I think this horse has a lot of talent. Now, he came back off of the layoff last time out, and Gulfstream in the Kitten's Joy, I don't think Gulfstream is his type of turf course. I think it's a little bit too firm. It's a little bit too speed favoring. To me, Keeneland is a perfect course for this horse's running style, and it's kind of been proven in the past. This is where he broke his maiden. So proven success, hopefully better at 3, and I think he gets the right type of trip with Manny Franco aboard. But beyond that, Scott, I mean, I could literally go in any direction. I think Clock Tower's speed is dangerous with that outside post position. He might be able to be the fastest of all. I just don't know if he's going to take to the softer turf course today.
Let's go to race number 7. 3-year-olds showcased in the Lafayette Stakes, 7 furlongs the distance for a $400,000 purse. Gunmetal is scratched. We'll see him in an allowance race here in the next couple of days as we continue this race week. Also, One True Chance is a scratch. So Colloquial, morning line favorite, 6-5, ran a blistering race last time out to break his maiden at Aqueduct.
So impressive that everybody was taking to X and saying, is this going to be the next Derby horse? Are they going to run him in Derby preps? And the connections immediately said no and said that they think that this is a one-turn horse. We're going to keep him at one-turn distances. He will not be in those Derby prep races. So he finds himself in this event. And, I mean, what can you say? Look at how easily he beat this field. And keep in mind, the second-place finisher, 1/900, came back to win impressively. So Colloquial, you know, he really could be anything. He looks like a true talent.
He's by Vekoma. George Weaver trained Vekoma. Toyota Bluegrass Stakes winner, went on to win a Grade 1 as well sprinting. So keeping it in the family for George Weaver. You've got the 3 underneath, Smokin' Wicked, who's going to be cutting back in distance, and that looks to be a positive for him.
Absolutely. That's who I go with in second. I know he's a Louisiana bred, and he kind of ran against Louisiana breds over the winter down at the fairgrounds, but I also don't think that he wants to go long. They stretched him out in the Rebel last time out. He is truly a sprinter, and I think 7/8 actually seems well within his range.
Race number 6, want to take a look at this key race. This one is off the turf course. Again, all of the turf races except for the Transylvania presented by Keeneland Select are off the turf course here today. So several scratches, as you can clearly see here on the screen. And I think that the inside 2 horses, or the 2 inside horses as well as the 8 benefit from this. And that's Wyco, the number 4 horse, I think really benefits the most. This is a horse trained by Wesley Ward that we've seen here at Keeneland in the past run well. He was 3rd in the Commonwealth going back to the spring of last year. We're rolling it way back as we wanted to show you a video of his success here at Keeneland Racecourse going 7 furlongs to October of 2023. He runs off the screen and wins by 4 3/4 lengths. Since then, he did go a mile after that, but he's had a lot of other races since that mile attempt back in November at Churchill Downs of 2023. Again, I know this is going close to 2 years back, but this is a 2-turn mile setup for him today. Use that speed, get that position in the first turn, first wire finish. We don't see a lot of mile races run on the dirt. Typically ends up being situations like this where it's coming off the turf course. So I got 4, 8, and 2 in that nice allowance race on the undercard here on this Monday.
All right, looks good. Good luck with that. I think it's now time for Sales Grad Spotlight, and we kick it off early in race number 1.
And race number 1, a 2-year-old event, Pinky Finger. 43,000 or 43. You're throwing me off. Stop doing hand gestures over here. $90,000 Keeneland graduate. And here's a look at Pinky Finger on the outside, working here at Keeneland Racecourse for trainer Wesley Ward. This is an Army Mule filly who's had some pretty quick workouts, not just here at Keeneland, but also down at Palmettos on the turf and at Gulfstream Park on their main track.
Yeah, that definitely looks impressive. I mean, the first race today, loaded with talent for sure in that baby race.
And John Hancock's got one in there too. I know he likes red Speedo, so we'll talk more about that as we get closer to the first race. Clocker reports Unwavering Trust is who we're taking a look at here. Worked 47 flat. This is on the 28th of March. This is a $750,000 daughter of Nyquist. Worked for trainer Brad Cox in that 47 time in company with Mahima. So that should sway some folks' opinions. Unwavering Trust is 5-2 on the morning line in race number 5. She's the 11. So working right there with Mahima, who most likely favorite, I would say, for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. So mark the 11 in race number 5. And then Georgie W. in race number 6, the number 2 horse. Lightly raced 5-year-old gelding. Drilled a good 4 furlongs and 47-1 over the fast strip here at Keeneland for trainer Will Walden, working in company with stablemate Bermuda Triangle. So take a look at Unwavering Trust in race 5, the 11, and the number 2 horse, Georgie W. in race number 6. Let's tackle this late pick 4. This is going to be a good one, and it includes the 3 stakes races, starting with race number 7, the Lafayette Stakes. I'm singling Colloquial. I would rather he doesn't have the inside post, but it is what it is. Gunmetal is scratched. Again, I think we'll see him in that allowance race that he is cross-entered into later on this week. So he's the single on the ticket, and then I'm opening it up. I'm going to go 4 deep in the Transylvania Stakes with Chasing Liberty, Reagan's Wit, the number 8 horse, Scipio for Richie Baltas coming in from Southern California. He's put together some very good races at Santa Anita in his last couple of starts. And then the 11 horse, Mibago, my top selection. I am using 6 horses in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Give me the inside 6 in today's featured event. I hate to leave the outside 2 fillies off, but I had to make a decision here to try to keep it a reasonable ticket, and then 2 deep in the final leg, race number 10. I think those are by far the 2 most likely winners in race number 10.
I also singled Colloquial in the opening leg of the sequence here. If he loses, Scott, this thing could absolutely pay anything. So the 8th race is where I use just 3 horses, the 7, 10, and the 11. Again, the 7, my top play. The 10, Clock Tower, has that speed, and the 11, Mibago, is the class of the race. Race number 9, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Using my top 3 choices, the 4, 5, and the 6, but also wanted to include the 3 Super Speed with that really game effort last time out, even in defeat. And then obviously I have coverage in the final leg of the sequence.
Those are our pick 4 opinions on this afternoon. Let's get into our best angles in race number 10. Mentioned my strong opinion in race number 10. I think Golden Irish, the 11 horse, is clearly the one to beat for Tom Amos, moving into Starter Allowance Company. They took this horse from $30,000 October of 2024, and it's turned out to be a pretty solid claim, even without winning. He's run some good races in Starter Allowance Company, in Allowance Company at Fairgrounds, and we take you back to his last race. He was forward this day. He ends up finishing second as the favorite, but I think that this race goes a very long way, and I find that he is going to encounter a little bit easier competition here today. So I don't want to say I'm all in on Golden Irish because I do have the 9 on my late pick 4, but as far as this best angle is concerned, I'm playing a late double. Give me Super Speed in the Ashland to this horse, Golden Irish, in the nightcap. $10 ticket, $10 late daily double to close out this Monday card. All
right, I like it. I thought that last race was very confusing, so at least you have a strong opinion, and I did include that horse in the pick 5 and pick 4. All right, I'm taking us a little bit earlier to race number 3, and I thought the 2 Velvet Vortex was very interesting in here. Obviously, sharp debut, bred to handle the slop. We're not going to be dealing with slop today, but we are dealing with a main track listed as good. This is a look at this filly's debut. She's a filly by Complexity, and they paid a decent amount for her. Complexity stands for $25,000. They went in for her for $375,000 at E5 Racing. Luis Saez gets the mount here today, and she's actually a half to Feza, Grade 1 winner, obviously winner of the Santa Anita Oaks and the Grade 1 Starlet. She was backed by the public in debut. She did absolutely everything right. She's going to have to improve in order to beat a horse like Shoot It True. I don't know what the morning line is. We handicap this days and days and days in advance. I would imagine Shoot It True is going to take significant money off of that last win, but Velvet Vortex, I really think she's the goods, and she can improve off that debut.
Just to be clear, we do have some scratches that have come in on the Transylvania, and I've got to tip my cap to our colleague Todd Schrupp and good friend for that matter. 5, 14, 15, 16 are scratches there. So we'll obviously have that for you. Stay tuned for Kurt Becker's scratches and changes because we'll have those all for you here a little bit later on. Time now for Tom Leach and his long shot play of the day.
I'm going to our main event for the long shot play of the day, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, and it's Take Charge Milady. We heard from Kenny McPeak earlier in the show talking about the pedigree angle because the maternal grandmother of this horse is Take Charge Lady. Now, as Kenny noted, she was 5 for 5 at Keeneland. One of those 5 wins came in this very race, the Central Bank Ashland Stakes. So the pedigree angle is strong on this one, and I think the fact that she's won on a muddy track is a plus. And if you look at that race 2 starts back, her effort in the Martha Washington, that kind of race would be good enough to have a big shot to take this one down at a little bit of a price. Take Charge, Milady.
Thank you, Tom. We got about 30 seconds before we say goodbye. It's going to be a great day.
It's going to be a great day.
Sun is out. It continues to, feels like warm up. I might need to lose this big jacket and save it for tomorrow.
Especially in the sun. Save that tomorrow and maybe bring the gloves and the hat for tomorrow, but enjoy the sun today and the amazing races. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great day.
Free general admission today and tomorrow. So come on out and join us on these Grade 1 cards here at Keeneland.
All the action, all the biggest players, all in one place. Follow the action from the racetrack to the sales ring at Keeneland on closing day of the spring meet. Right place, right time, right here. Make your move at the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, Friday, April 25th at Keeneland. Learn more at april.keeneland.com.
This is a Toyota Grand Highlander.
Toyota took the best-selling Highlander and made it bigger, more powerful, and more fuel efficient.
With your choice of 3 different powertrains, including the 362-horsepower Hybrid Max. And you've got to love the 12.3-inch touchscreen.
The big news is right back here with over 20 cubic feet of cargo space.
Behind a full-size third row.
Now get 6.45 APR financing on any new Highlander or Grand Highlander.
Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Dr. Brock Terry to the paddock. Dr. Terry is the Director of Music at First United Methodist Church in downtown Lexington and the Resident Music Director at the Lexington Theater Company. He is joined by the Lexington Police and Lexington Fire Department for the presentation of the colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Bryce Peterson from Guest Services as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Bryce. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a check of the John Deere track conditions. The main track is listed muddy. The turf is listed good, and the rail is at 20 feet, and that applies to race 8. Race number 8, the Transylvania, remains on the turf. Let's go through all the changes for the program on this special Monday card. Race 1 starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick 3s, also begins the early pick 5. In that first race, Take Out the 13 Double Talker did not draw into the race. There's a jockey change for the 4, Tiempos Buenos. That'll be Gerardo Corrales. That's the 4, Tiempos Buenos, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. And the jockey for the 6, Happy Happy Boy, the jockey Sophie Doyle. 6, Happy Happy Boy, the jockey is Sophie Doyle. Race number 2 is where the early pick 4 begins. That second race comes off the turf. Goes a mile and a 16th on the main track. Race 2 off the turf, mile and a 16th on the main track. No trifecta, no superfecta on that second race. Scratch the 1, Mission of Joy. Scratch 3, Pin Up Betty. Also scratch the 5, Scarlet Poppy. Scratch the 6, Spaladay. Scratch the 7, Justifiable Bell. Again, those scratches in the second race. Scratch the 1, Mission of Joy. Scratch 3, Pin Up Betty. Scratch the 5, Scarlet Poppy. Scratch the 6, Spaladay. And scratch the 7, Justifiable Bell. No trifecta, no superfecta. Jockey change on the 8, Peignoir. That'll be Flavian Pratt. That's the second race, number 8, Peignoir, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Third race, scratch the 4, Naive Melody. That's the third race, scratch 4, Naive Melody. The fourth race. Race 4 comes off the turf. It will go a mile and an 1/8 on the main track. Race 4, off the turf. It will go a mile and an 1/8 on the main track. So keep in mind, the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 begins in that fourth race. The first 2 legs will both be contested on the main track. The final leg of that particular wager, race 8, does remain on the turf. With that said, fourth race, scratch number 3, It's a Kitty. Scratch the 4, Acceptance Speech. Scratch the 6, Sharamia. Scratch the 7, Green Jobs. Scratch the 8, Lolo La Plume. Scratch the 9, Grayley. Also scratch the 10, Rather Distinct. Scratch the 12, Gum. Also scratch 14, Eyes on Italy. And scratch 15, I'll Be Ready. Again, this is in the fourth race. That race comes off the turf, mile and an 1/8 on the main track. Scratch 3, It's a Kitty. 4, Acceptance Speech. Also scratch the 6, Sharamia. Scratch 7, Green Jobs. Scratch the 8, Lolo La Plume. Also scratch 9, Grayley. And the 10, Rather Distinct. Scratch the 12, Gum. Scratch 14, Eyes on Italy. And scratch 15, I'll Be Ready. Please note 13, Hideaway, draws into the race. And 16, Athalia, also draws into the race. One other note about the fourth, jockey change on number 1, Straightforward. Put Flavian Pratt on the 1, Straightforward, Flavian Pratt. Race 5, start of the pick 6, $39,000 carryover. In race 5, scratch the 6, Midnight Myth. Scratch the 7, Twisted Viper. Scratch 13, Rachel's Kid. That is race 5. Scratch the 6, Midnight Myth. Scratch the 7, Twisted Viper. Scratch 13, Rachel's Kid. Race 6, start of the late pick 5. Race 6, off the turf, 1 mile on the main track. Scratch the 1, Ocean Point. Scratch 3, American Hope. Scratch the 5, Raptors. Scratch the 6, Oscar Season. Scratch the 7, El Razine. Scratch number 9, Evade. Scratch the 11, Intellect. That is race 6, comes off the turf, 1 mile main track. Scratch the 1 Ocean Point. Scratch 3 American Hope. Scratch the 5 Raptors. Scratch the 6 Oscar Season. Scratch the 7 El Razine. Scratch number 9 Evade. And scratch number 11 Intellect. Jockey change on the 2 Georgie W. Irad Ortiz Jr. Jockey change on the 2 Georgie W. Irad Ortiz Jr. Contrary to the program, number 10, Tough Little Nut, first time reported gelding. The 10, Tough Little Nut, first time reported gelding. Also, please note 13 draws into the race. 13, Archie the Giza draws in, jockey as programmed. 7th race, the Lafayette, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 1, Gunmetal. Scratch the 7, One True Chance. That's in the 7th race. Scratch number 1, Gunmetal, and scratch the 7, One True Chance. 8th race, the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select. In that 8th race, and a reminder, race 8 does stay on the turf. The turf is listed good. The rail is at 20 feet. Race 8 is the lone race that will stay on the turf on today's Keeneland card. Rail at 20 feet, and the turf is listed good. So in that 8th race, scratch the 5 Sabertooth. Also scratch the 14 Septarian. Scratch the 15 Pretty Capable. Scratch 16 Valentinian. Again, that's in the 8th race. Scratch 5 Sabertooth. Scratch 14 Septarian. Scratch 15 Pretty Capable, and scratch 16 Valentinian. Jockey change on the 12 Hammerhead. That will be Dylan Davis. 12 Hammerhead, make the jockey Dylan Davis. 13 Barricade draws into the race the jockey John Velasquez. 13 Barricade draws in the jockey John Velasquez. Featured 9th, Grade 1, Central Bank Ashland. No changes. 10th race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. In that 10th event, scratch number 1, It Will Be Fun. Scratch the 4, Rando. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the 10th race. Scratch number 1, It Will Be Fun. Scratch the 4, Rando. And also scratch 13 through 16. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Well, happy Monday, Kurt Becker, as we welcome you to what was supposed to be the race card on Friday, but we look forward to it as it is a Grade 1 card. Scott and Gabby with you throughout the entire afternoon. We've got 3 stakes races. We've got the Lafayette Stakes, the Grade 3 Transylvania presented by Keeneland Select, which is on the turf course, our only turf race of the day, and then the Grade 1 feature, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland for Kentucky Oaks Hopeful Fillies.
And the sun is out. Finally,
right.
The sun is out. It's warming up today, tomorrow. We'll talk about tomorrow when that comes. But yes, the Ashland is the feature of the day. Really looking forward to this and to the return of Mohima. She was so highly regarded when she first started her racing. She was a little bit disappointing last time out, and obviously the connections are hoping that she can come back in a big way. But when I was handicapping this race, Scott, you can legitimately make a case for every single filly in this race.
It is a tough race. Couple of fillies coming in from the West Coast. Look forward, Super Speed. She is a very good filly for trainer John Sadler. You've also got Running Away for Stud TNT and Wesley Ward. So it's going to be a throwdown as Kentucky Oaks points are on the line and Grade 1 glory is on the line in our featured event, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Good luck today on this Monday card.
Horses in the paddock for today's opener here on this unusual Monday card at Keeneland. Looking forward to the racing on tap today, and definitely looking forward to some sunshine as well. As you can see, the main track is listed as good. The turf, only one turf race today, a little bit later today in the Transylvania. Turf is listed as good as well. Let's take a look at this field. The number 3 Monster is a 2-year-old son of Leinster. We saw the progeny of Leinster take yesterday's opener in the 2-year-old race, and this colt is trained by Jose D'Angelo out of that Canteros mare, Dienda. That mare, she actually won at the age of 2, so you got to love that precocity. And none of her siblings have raced yet, or none of her foals have raced yet, so this will be the first foal to race out of that mare who did win as a 2-year-old. I thought it was intriguing that he obviously attracts the likes of Irad Ortiz Jr., and he looks like he's been clocking some pretty consistent workouts there in Florida at Palm Meadows. For Jose D'Angelo, who does well overall with his 2-year-olds. The 8 horse is the other horse I wanted to mention, Pinky Finger, and of course Wesley Ward in these 2-year-old races. But these workouts seem to be fast here at Keeneland. She is the daughter of Army Mule. He wins at about 16% with 2-year-old first-time starters. And obviously Bird Map on the bottom side, the Liam's Map family. There's a little bit of a Whitney family lineage there to the pedigree. So Pinky Finger obviously looks well met. We kind of touched on this yesterday that of those winners over the past 2 years for Wesley Ward in these 2-year-old races, Joao Rosario has been aboard most of them. So again, I think it definitely a good sign that Joao Rosario finds himself aboard the 8 Pinky Finger that debuts for trainer Wesley Ward. No surprise, 6-5 right now on the board. And then the number 9, Barstool, is the other horse that I'll mention. 16-1, first-time starter for trainer Ben Colebrook. And this horse, he's a son of Caravaggio. He wins at about 14%, and his progeny wins at about 14% in these first-time starters, Ben can do really well with his 2-year-olds. Not necessarily win, but they can hit the board, and I kind of like some of the local workouts that we've been seeing from this specific colt here at Keeneland. Looking at the dam side of the family, the mare, she won her first 2 races. So again, you really like to look at kind of the female family and what they were able to do, because sometimes that kind of leads to what the foals can do, whether or not they can be precocious or whether or not it's going to take them a start or 2. And I like the post position for Barstool as well. Ben Colebrook teams up with Juan Machado for today's race. We'll take a closer look at some of these horses as they go trackside. We'll report back in just a few minutes, 11 minutes away from today's opener. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. The Bassett, maiden special weight 2-year-olds on the Headley course, about four and a half furlongs on the Headley course. The track is now upgraded to good. That's the main track, upgraded to good as we get set to start today's program. A reminder regarding the turf. Race 8 is the only race that remains on the turf. Race 8, the Transylvania. The turf is listed good for that 8th race, and the rail at 20 feet. In the opener today, take out number 13, Double Talker, did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 4, Tiempos Buenos, Gerardo Corrales. Gerardo Corrales rides the 4. The 6, Happy Happy Boy, the jockey Sophie Doyle. 6, Happy Happy Boy, the jockey Sophie Doyle. This is the start of the early pick 5. And this will be an all-main track, early pick 5. Race 1, the Bassett, 6 minutes till post.
Some of these colts and fillies really feeling good today as the sun is out. And we'll take a closer look here at the 10. Red Speedo getting a very strong warm-up under Raylu Gutierrez, this first-time starter, the Son of Game winner, and sent out by trainer John Hancock. And we always see that John can send out some precocious 2-year-olds each and every spring meet. Now, this horse definitely looks fresh. When I saw him in the paddock, definitely one that was on his toes and definitely woke up when they legged the rider up, and you can see him really getting a good warm-up here on the track. I like to see that, though. Sometimes there's just so much nervous energy with these 2-year-olds. They're young, they're immature, they don't really know what's going on just yet. It's all a learning curve, and you can imagine that they kind of can get a little bit on the nervous side. So I like, at least he has a task here, and that's just to go forward instead of getting in trouble elsewhere going slowly. So he's getting a good warm-up, and he looks great on the track. He's also taking a little bit of money right now at 9-2 into the teeth of that 7-5 Wesley Ward favorite. The 6, Happy Happy Boy. Wanted to mention this horse as a long shot that could maybe hit the board. I like that Sophie Doyle has kind of gotten this horse to relax a little bit, but he actually looked really well in the paddock just a few moments ago. I'm sure he's keen and ready to go. You can see the pony person having a tight hold on him, and Sophie Doyle kind of kicking her feet out of the irons and just having as much grip as she possibly can with this horse, just kind of keeping him moving forward. I like that, but from a physical standpoint, he did look well there in the paddock. And then finally, the 11, Coach Rudy. This horse was really fresh. Curious to see what he's doing out there. Yeah, okay, so the rider has kicked his feet out of the irons and just kind of loping him along out there, but he did look quite professional, although he had so much energy, and he definitely, you could tell that he's a juvenile and very young. he looked like he was having a fun time out there, and that's half the battle. So 52-1, crazy long shot there. He's by Cairo Prince. They paid a decent amount for him, $50,000 as a yearling. Cairo Prince stands for $15,000. And the mare, she was very nice. She was a very nice turf runner, Bariqua. She made about $500,000 in her career. So there's actually a decent little pedigree behind the 11. Coach Rudy, we'll see what he can do as he makes his debut. 6-5. Not surprised to see that on the 8 Pinky Finger, and honestly, she really did look the part. Wouldn't be surprised if she gets this win here for Wesley Ward, but just throwing out some alternatives if you so choose. 2 minutes away from today's opener.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Bassett. Start of an all-main track, early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. Chatterfield coming forward. Red Speedo has just moved into line. Here now is Tiempos Buenos. Coach Rudy approaches the gate. Happy, happy boy. Flaming Star will be the last to load. Comes forward. They're at the post. And they're off. Pinky Finger comes out for the lead. Lily's Army there to the inside. Happy Happy Boy away third. Chatterfield is fourth. Barstool fifth. Red Speedo far outside sixth. Red Lad moves up between horses from seventh. Then Coach Rudy is eighth up on the outside. El Halcon is moving down toward the inside and now moves up into the ninth position around the turn. Monster way back in the 10th position. Flaming Star is 11th, and Tiempos Buenos is last of the 12. Pinky Finger leads it by 3 lengths off the turn. Lily's Army to the outside in second. Chatterfield back toward the inside in third. Happy Happy Boy now moves by that one and takes third against the rail. Still well back of the leader, though. Barstool moves up on the outside to challenge for third and for second. All of this well behind Pinky Finger as Joel Rosario checks back over his shoulder twice, 3 times, and sees the field disappear behind him as Pinky Finger, the filly, scores on debut. Happy Happy Boy was up for second, and then it was Barstool home third, close for fourth.
Well, she shot out of the gate very impressively, and she pretty much cleared the field by just a couple of strides immediately coming out of the gate. That is half the battle in these 2-year-old races is the gate break, and you could see from here on out, Joel Rosario looking underneath of his arm, looking at where the rest of the field is. Well, Joel, really, really far behind you today. Very impressive debut for Pinky Finger. 8-6-9 across the finish line. 2 thumbs up for Pinky Finger.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 8, Pinky Finger first. Number 6, Happy Happy Boy was second. The 9, Barstool third. Number 3, Monster fourth. 8-6-9-3 unofficial. First race results are official. 8-6-9-3, the official result in the winner's circle for race 1, the Bassett. Number 8, Pinky Finger. Owned and trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Joel Rosario. Pinky Finger, a 2-year-old daughter of Army Mule out of Bird Map by Liam's Map, bred in Kentucky by Spearmco. Keeneland November graduate, gets the Headley course, 4.5 furlongs over the main track listed good in 52.56 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Bassett Trophy presentation to the connections of Pinky Finger. Keeneland's second race upcoming, race 2 off the turf. It goes 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. A reminder that the main track is now listed good. We are off the turf with the exception of race 8. The 8th race, Transylvania, is the only race on the card that stays on the turf today, and the rail at 20 feet. In this second race, no trifecta, no superfecta. Scratch the 1, Mission of Joy. Scratch 3, Pin Up Betty. Also scratch the 5, Scarlet Poppy. Scratch the 6, Spaladay. Scratch the 7, Justifiable Bell. A reminder, the jockey for number 8, Pain Noir, is Flavian Pratt. Second race, 1 mile and a 16th, main track. Listed good. Race will finish in the short stretch.
Race number 1 in the books, turning the page to race number 2 to kick off the early pick 4 sequence. This race, originally carded for the turf, will run at 1.16 miles on the main track. The main track listed as good. And we start the conversation off with number 8. That's Pays Noir. And Flavien Prat does pick up the mount here on this 4-year-old filly by Mendelssohn for trainer Rudy Brisset. Blinkers going on today for the first time. She's naturally very speedy, and you would imagine, given her experience thus far, that Rudy Brisset is quite pleased with this race coming off the turf. She recently finished third against Stakes Company last time out, and even almost won against Stakes Company 2 starts back at Tampa in the Wayward Lass. She is very quick. I do wonder what the strategy will be here with her today. Honestly, I think she can be anywhere and still be effective. She won going wire to wire on the lead here at Keeneland when she beat Allowance Company going the 1 1/8 distance, and then she would come back at Churchill Downs. She stalked the pace that day, and she still won very impressively. So she's tactical. I think wherever Flavien decides to put her, she'll be fine. I do wonder, though, with the blinkers on today, and especially coming out of that last race, how sharp she will be. I am curious to see also how kind of that main track plays today. I thought it played very fairly yesterday. We saw horses win on the lead. We saw horses win from mid-pack. We also saw horses win while closing, like the winner of the nightcap. Now, it obviously is completely different than yesterday. Yesterday was sealed and a lot more moisture in the track. Today is open and good, but just something to keep in mind. Historically speaking, this distance on the dirt does play into the hand of horses that show speed with that short stretch. So Pays Noir is the top pick for me at 6-5 as we take a look at my second selection, and that is number 9, just her outside at 7-1. That's Catmint for trainer Rick Hiles. I can remember when this filly actually ran on the, I should say mare, she's 5 now. I remember when this mare ran on the main track at Churchill Downs, and I was doing an interview with Rick Hiles, and I asked him, this was when she won on the dirt for the first time back on the 8th of June. I was doing an interview with him in the paddock, and I said, how do you think she'll like the dirt? Was this an experiment, or what's the situation here? And he said he wanted to enter her in a turf race. The turf race didn't go, so ultimately he was just taking a swing to see if she could handle the dirt, and she did, and that really opened up a new door. Now, obviously, she didn't run back well against 2 other than Allowance Company, but she did do well at Churchill in the slop back in September. She got that win and clearing the non-winners of 2 lifetimes. So I think she's got some sneaky class and clearly some versatility. She's been good on multiple surfaces, and I just think she's got a lot of class to her, and she kind of keeps getting better. The number 2, Amber Cascade, is the third selection at 5-2. She's another one that has mostly dirt races. She was disappointing last time out. I'm not sure what happened that day. Maybe it was because she didn't get the medication of Lasix. I don't know. That was the only change. She was 4-1 in that race. She seemed like she fit that competition. Maybe she didn't like Oaklawn. Sometimes that can happen. I feel that at Oaklawn, some horses love it. Some horses tend to not like it as well. But I would imagine they're just kind of trying to get back on track with this filly mare, and they find themselves in a competitive spot here today with this race coming off the turf. And she kind of is one of those mares that likes to sit back and make that one move into the pace. We'll see if that pace materializes with some of these scratches today. I really think Pays Noir looks to be the controlling speed here today. The 2, Amber Cascade, 5-2 right now, as the 8 is your current favorite. 15 minutes away from the start of the early Pick 4, Race 2, up next.
Keeneland's upcoming second race, no show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta. Race 2 off the turf, 1.16 main track, which is listed good. No show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Woods Edge, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. A race that comes off the turf, goes a mile and a 16th on the main track, which is listed good. Doubled and pick 3 wagering. Start of an all-main track, early pick 4. No show wagering, no trifecta wagering, no superfecta. Scratch the 1, Mission of Joy. Scratch 3, Pin Up Betty. Also scratch the 5, Scarlet Poppy. Scratch the 6, Spaladay. And scratch 7, Justifiable Bell. A reminder, the jockey for number 8, Peignoir, Flavien Prat. 8, Peignoir, Flavien Prat. Post time, 6 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Race 2, the Woods Edge, 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. A reminder, we are off the turf at Keeneland with the exception of race 8. 8th race, the Transylvania, the lone race on the card that will remain on the turf, which is also listed good. Race 2 gets set to move into line. Amber Cascade first up, moving forward. Ready for Sherrill. Two more to load. Here's Peignoir. Catmint, the last one. Comes forward. First wire at the post, and they are off. There goes Catmint from the outside, but Peignoir a step quicker between horses, and Peignoir will have the lead as they head down into the first turn. Then Catmint just outside of Ready for Sherrill, and Amber Cascade trails for the move onto the turn. Peignoir has the lead. Now Peignoir has cleared to the rail, has the lead by a length and a half around the first turn. Catmint moves up a lane off the rail into second by just a half length. Ready for Sherrill, third back toward the inside by a length, and then Amber Cascade last of the 4, but right there with the other 3 as they head off the first turn and up the backstretch, the opening quarter, 25.04 seconds. It is Peignoir who shows the way. Peignoir on top here by a length and a half. Catmint stays in the second position under some mild pressure now because there's actually a 3-way shuffle for that second spot. The 3 right behind Peignoir. They line up across the track as they head off the end of the backstretch and over to the far turn. Ready for Sherrill to the inside is starting to move forward. Amber Cascade has the clear running to the far outside. The first half mile, 49.18 seconds. And then Catmint gets the shuffle from second back to fourth, running 4 lengths off the lead. So Amber Cascade comes out of that crowd into second, but still is chasing Peignoir, and they're midway on the final turn. There's 2 lengths separating the top 2. There's a gap of 5 more lengths then back to Ready for Sherrill, who's third, 3/4 of a length, and Catmint, who's fourth, a quarter mile to go, and it is still Peignoir, the leader, to the top of the short stretch. It is Peignoir who has the lead by 3 lengths. Amber Cascade is second by 7, and then Ready for Sherrill back in third, and Catmint is fourth. Final furlong for Peignoir, widening 5-length lead now. It is all Peignoir as Amber Cascade is second by 7, and then back to the 2 trailers, but at the wire, Peignoir, Flavian Pratt aboard, Peignoir wins it. It was Amber Cascade second. Catmint did get up for third at the expense of Ready for Sherrill, who was fourth.
Pain Noir was sharp today, it's out of the gate really with first-time blinkers on, but she was able to do whatever she wanted to do on the front end. You can see the opening quarter fractions, 25 flat, 49 flat for the half as well. Going quite slowly around there, and nobody could catch her in the end. A very easy winner. We saw the number 2, Amber Cascade. She was trying, and so was Brian Hernandez aboard her, but she could not make up that gap on the 8. Pain Noir, 8-2-9-4 across the finish line for race number 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 8, Pain Noir was first. Number 2, Amber Cascade second. The 9, Catmint third. And the 4, Ready for Cheryl fourth. 8-2-9-4. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Woods Edge, number 8, Pain Noir, owned by Carolyn and Fletcher Gray and Doug Hesterly, trained by Rodolphe Brisset and Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Pain Noir, 4-year-old Mendelssohn filly out of Beehive Hairdo by Flat Out, bred in Kentucky by Fletcher Gray and Carolyn Gray. Mile and a 16th over the main track listed good, 1 minute 44.6 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Woods Edge to the connections of Pain Noir. Second race results official, 8-2-9-4, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Scratch the 4, Naive Melody. 4, Naive Melody is a scratch. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here, an all-main track double and an all-main track pick 3. A reminder that fourth race is off the turf.
Race number 3 is a very nice little race here for 3-year-old fillies. It's an allowance optional claiming race, 6.5 furlongs on the main track as well. And right now the number 2 Velvet Vortex is opening up as the 6-5 favorite. I'm a little surprised by this. We'll see how it kind of changes as we get closer to post time. I think she's a very nice filly, but I also thought Shoot It True would take more money than what she's taking right now. The number 3 horse, that's 3-1. The 2 Velvet Vortex, she looked highly regarded from the get-go. She went off as the post-time favorite in her debut at the fairgrounds, and many of Brad Cox's fillies do go off as the post-time favorite, but she stopped the clock in 109 and change. It was quite quick, especially considering that elongated stretch run down there at the fairgrounds. She is well related to, they picked her up, and when I say mean they, E5 Racing, they picked her up for $375,000 at the Keeneland September sale. And she's out of Sweet Pistol, which makes her a half to Fiza, the Grade 1 winner who won the Santa Anita Oaks and the Grade 1 Starlet. So, again, really nice pedigree, very impressive in her first race. And you have to like the fact that she was gritty in that race. It wasn't like she made the lead uncontested and went on from there. She actually had to fight a little bit for that win, and I think she got a little bit out of it. Looks like 6.5 furlongs should be no issue. Just to her outside is before I get to Shoot It True, the number 7 American Woman for trainer Brendan Walsh. She's an intriguing sort to me, and I would go as far as to maybe put her in an exacta, because when you look at her first race, again, she didn't run that well, but then she came back at Ellis. She blew away the field by 8 lengths. She won that race, she won that race by over 2 lengths. And then she came back in the debutante. So clearly Brendan and the connections thought highly enough of her to try her against Stakes Company and her 2-year-old season, and she was 2-1 in that race. She was bet. She kind of chased the pace and stopped. Clearly something happened with her that day. They haven't, obviously she hasn't been to the races since August, but I think it's very interesting that she gets the addition of Lasix today, because judging by how she ran last time out, she strikes me as the type of filly that would benefit from that medication. So I'm willing to think that there's a little bit more to this filly. She's probably not as good as the 2 and the 3, but she's certainly an intriguing sort at the price for exotics like the Exacta or the Trifecta. The number 3, Shoot It True, 4-1 right now. Price keeps floating up. She's done really nothing wrong. I mean, she lost in the Kentucky Juvenile Stakes when she was a 2-year-old. That was going against boys and Derby week. West Memorial won that race. She was really nice at the time. Shoot It True, she won by 7 here at Keeneland, and then ultimately she would run in the fall up at Aqueduct against Stakes Company, New York bred Stakes Company. But she won that race and did it very impressively. She's quick. We know that Wesley Ward can get these horses ready off of these somewhat extended layoffs, and I don't know that anybody is as fast as she is. I guess the question with her is maybe the 6.5 furlongs. She obviously was very impressive when she debuted at 4.5. She managed to get 6 furlongs very easily. Can she get 6.5 and maybe get a little bit of pace pressure and do it as well as she obviously has done it at 6 furlongs before in the past? It's a very interesting race. Shoot It True, I think she's a really nice filly, and if you can get 4-1, I think that's a gift, especially considering what Wesley Ward does with his horses here during the spring meet. Always comes with guns loaded. So Shoot It True, we'll see what she can do, but right now the number 2, Velvet Vortex, your 4-5 favorite, as we are 14 minutes away from race 3.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Summer Wind Allowance Optional Claiming Race, for a price of $125,000. 3-year-old filly, 6.5 furlongs over the main track, which is listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering. Scratch the 4. Naive Melody number 4 is scratched. A reminder, we are off the turf today with the exception of race 8, the Transylvania. Post time in 5 minutes.
Nice group of good-looking fillies here, 3-year-old fillies going to post to the number 2 Velvet Vortex. Man, when I was looking at her walk out of the paddock, she looked like a colt. She is so strong in her hind quarters, I should say, and strong in her shoulder as well. And she has just been so impressive from a physical standpoint. You can see kind of her size too compared to the pony. She's just big and strong. Really liking what I see from the 6-5 favorite. Not liking the price, but it is what it is, as they say. The number 1, Evanescence, is another horse I wanted to mention if you're looking for a little bit better of a price. So she came back off the layoff, and she finished 3rd in a tough allowance race at the fairground. She lost to a horse by the name of Stable Currency. That horse would come back to win again, getting an 86 Beyer speed figure for that win. So she has gone against quite a good group. She almost beat Echo Sound in her debut at Ellis Park. So I think she's really nice from a class standpoint. I just don't love the rail post position for her. I actually love the 6.5 for her, but I don't love the rail post position. So if she can navigate a way around that, really like her to maybe run into the mix at 10-1. And then finally, the 5 Beauty Reigns. She won first time out at Aqueduct. Then they tried her in the Demoiselle. She was 10-1 in that race against Mohima. Of course, we'll see Mohima a little bit later today in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. But she kind of fell off the map after that. At the end of the day, I think she's probably a better sprinter. If you look at her, she's a very lightly framed filly. So I do like the turn back in distance for her, and she looks like she's been putting on some very quick workouts down there at Payson Park. Sometimes those workouts can tend to be a little bit on the slower side, but those workouts have been quite stiff and actually quite consistent too. So the 5 Beauty Reigns, kind of like the cut back in distance for her right now at 9-1. Physically, though, loved what I saw from the favorite at 7-5. Really nice good group of fillies here going to post for race number 3. We are 3 minutes away. Make sure you get your wagers in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Summer Wind. Moving into line race 3. Shoot It True moves into line along with American Women. Lynn's Milky Way, the last one, comes forward. They are at the post. And they're off. Lynn's Milky Way broke alertly, and Velvet Vortex right there to the inside as well in the opening strides, and Shoot It True moves up to challenge from in between that pair. Foie Gras comes away running in the 4th position, settles back about 5 lengths off the lead, followed by American Women to the outside, Evanescence back toward the inside, and Beauty Reigns is last of the 7, nearly 8 lengths from the front. Shoot It True moves up for the lead just before the entry to the far turn. Shoot It True opens up here by a length and a half. Velvet Vortex goes second by a length, and Lynn's Milky Way is now running in third. It was 21.57 seconds for the opening quarter. Lynn's Milky Way moves up on the outside and now takes second, just a length off the lead midway on the turn. Shoot It True still leads it. Here's Lynn's Milky Way moving forward, just a half length off the lead, just over a quarter mile to go. Then a gap of 4 more lengths to Velvet Vortex, who's lost ground back in third. 5 more back of that one to the rest, top of the lane. And Lynn's Milky Way moves up on the outside, keeps coming forward, and has the lead coming to the 8th pole. Lynn's Milky Way leads it. Now Velvet Vortex tries to get re-engaged down toward the inside and starts moving up along the lane as they come through the final furlong. In fact, Velvet Vortex and Evanescence are both making up ground past the 16th pole, and Evanescence clear sailing from the outside. Evanescence wins it. Evanescence won it by just over 3 lengths, multiple horse photo to separate second, third, and 4th.
Evanescence with a very impressive win here today. You could see her saving ground, but she had to make up several lengths in the end. The 8 made a little bit of an early move and couldn't sustain that early move. At one point, we saw the 2 try to make up ground down on the inside, but then she just leveled out. Here comes the 1, Evanescence, on the outside. Good start to the meet for trainer Eddie Keneally. She gets up pretty easily in the end. It is close for second. We'll let the placing judges decide who does wind up finishing second, but no doubt about the winner at 5-1. It's Evanescence.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 1, Evanescence, was first. Number 5, Beauty Reigns, was second. Number 8, Lynn's Milky Way, third. Number 2, Velvet Vortex, was fourth. 1582, unofficial. Third race results official, 1582, the official results, and into the winner's circle for the summer win, number 1, Evanescence, owned by Green Lantern Stables, LLC, of Richard Masson, trained by Eddie Keneally, Luan Machado, the winning jockey. Evanescence, 3-year-old Munnings filly out of lovely Corina by Pioneer of the Nile, bred in Kentucky by Stud TNT, LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the 6.5 furlongs over the main track, listed good, in 1 minute 17.88 seconds. And again, the results official. In the winner's circle, the Summer Wind Trophy presentation to the connections of Evanescence. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, race 4 off the turf. It goes 1 1/8 on the main track, which is listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. A reminder, races 4 and 6 will both be contested on the main track. Race 8 remains on the turf. In this fourth race, scratch number 3, It's a Kitty. Scratch the 4, Acceptance Speech. Also scratch the 6, Sharamia. Scratch the 7, Green Jobs. Also scratch number 8, Lolo La Plume. Scratch the 9, Grayley. Also scratch the 10, Rather Distinct. Scratch the 12, Gum. Scratch 14, Eyes on Italy. And scratch 15, I'll Be Ready. A reminder, Flavian Pratt, the jockey for the 1 Straightforward. 1 Straightforward, Flavian Pratt. And a reminder, 13, Hideaway draws into the race. And 16, Athalia, also draws into the race. Jockeys as programmed.
race number 4 is coming up next, 1 1/8 miles, originally on the turf course, but this race obviously will be conducted on the main track. And a competitive field, even though we did have many scratches, we have a couple of very interesting horses draw in off the AE. One of them, the 13 Hideaway. And obviously this filly, she did debut on the turf course down at Gulfstream going 1 1/8 miles. She ran fine. She was, she didn't really show that much speed, but she started to pick up the pieces a little bit late. Now, obviously that's the turf. This is the dirt. But I have seen so often this cross be very strong. You get Curlin on the top and you get Tappet on the bottom side. I like this cross for versatility, and I obviously like this pedigree for the main track as well. I think she's a really nice horse, and I think she could be even better on the dirt. I don't know why she did debut on the turf, given her pedigree, but obviously Curlins, they run well on the turf and the dirt. I think it was probably more so the distance, too. So I like everything about her. I also like how she looks from a physical standpoint. So we'll see what she can do. But the 12, Italia, is next for trainer George Weaver. And she gets the blinkers on here in her second career start. 16, excuse me. I said the 12 for some reason. The 16, way to the outside at odds of 2-1. So this filly, too, she debuted on the turf. She started a little bit shorter there, 7.5 furlongs. And she ran kind of evenly. It kind of seemed like the field got away from her in the beginning stages of that race, and then she never quite picked up the pieces. From a visual standpoint, it kind of looked like she needed more distance. So whether this race was on the turf or the dirt, I think she is just one that would certainly benefit from more distance. She is the daughter of Gunrunner, clearly Gunrunner and his progeny will take a liking to the main track. So I think that she could be a very interesting sort in here as well. And then finally, the number 11 horse, Here for a Good Time. Well, if you want experience on the dirt, she has that. She tried the turf last time out. She actually ran against Hideaway. She finished just behind her on the turf course at Gulfstream Park. I guess the question with her is probably distance. Is she going to be okay at the 1 1/8 miles? She went the 1 1/8 miles last time out. She did look like she was tiring a little bit late, even on the synthetic at Gulfstream, going 1 1/16 miles. So that was my main concern with her. I think she actually is a pretty nice filly, but can she kind of sustain that speed going 1 1/8 miles today? We'll see. She might be able to get away with it just because she's better on the dirt, and maybe this race came up a little bit on the easier side with all of the scratches. But some different ways to go, but obviously the money really pouring in on this 13 Hideaway as she is making her second career start. Trainer Todd Pletcher, she's 4-5 as we are 16 minutes away from race number 4. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Blandford Stud. Race comes off the turf, goes 1 mile and 1/8 on the main track, listed good. Maiden special weight, 3-year-old fillies. Scratch 3, It's a Kitty. Scratch 4, Acceptance Speech. Scratch 6, Sharamia. Scratch 7, Green Jobs. Also scratch the 8, Lolo de Plume, as well as the 9, Grayly. Also scratch the 10, Rather Distinct. Scratch 12, Gum. Scratch 14, Eyes on Italy, and scratch 15, I'll Be Ready. Flavian Pratt, the jockey for the 1, Straightforward. Flavian Pratt rides the 1. 13, Hideaway draws in. 16, Athalia draws in. Jockeys as programmed. Double and pick 3 wagering started the Keeneland Turf pick 3. First 2 legs of that wager will be contested on the main track. Race 8 remains on the turf, which is listed good. Post time 6 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Blandford Stud, at 1 1/8 on the main track. Moving into line, race 4. My Gal moves into line. Here for a Good Time comes forward. Hideaway. Athalia, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Here for a Good Time broke alertly. And so did Straightforward. These two come to the front in the opening strides, and Hideaway is there to the far outside. Vice back toward the inside as they head for the first turn. Straightforward has the lead, though. Straightforward leads it by just a length. Here for a Good Time goes second outward from the rail, second by 3/4 of a length. It is followed closely by Vice, who's down to the inside of Hideaway, who moves up on the outside from fourth. Athalia is fifth, and a gap of just over 2 more lengths back to My Gal, who's last of the sixth, opening quarter, 24.71 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go, and Straightforward the leader. Straightforward leads it by 3/4 of a length. Here for a Good Time is second Hideaway, far outside, inching forward a closer third, a length and a half off the lead. Now that three-way shuffle at top is separated by less than a length as they head for the far turn, and they're followed by Vice, who's fourth back to the inside by 3/4 of a length. Athalia to her outside, 2 more back to My Gal last, 49.28 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Straightforward still has the lead. Here for a Good Time is alongside, and X separates those two. Hideaway is third, now a length and a half off the lead once again. Third by 3/4 of a length to Vice, who's fourth a half length. It is followed closely by Athalia, then a gap of 5 more lengths back to My Gal, who's last as they round the far turn. Here for a Good Time, and Hideaway move up 1-2. Straightforward has lost ground in third. Vice between horses in fourth. Athalia is a wide fifth as they move by the quarter pole. Here for a Good Time leads. Hideaway is giving chase on the outside, and Vice is third back toward the inside. Coming to the 8th pole. Here for a Good Time, leading it by 2 lengths. Hideaway still second on the outside. Vice comes up the inside to challenge for second, but Here for a Good Time with a 16th to go has a 3-length lead. Then Vice, then Hideaway. At the wire, Here for a Good Time, Luis Saez to win it. Vice was second, Hideaway third, and then Athalia fourth.
Here for a Good Time, and apparently for a long time as well. The question with her was really the distance. Could she stay on at the distance of 1 1/8? And the answer was yes. She was sharp out of the starting gate. She managed to make the lead, and she does take the field gate to wire here, holding off any late challengers late. 11-2-13 across the finish line unofficially for race 4.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. 11, Here for a Good Time, finished first. 2, Vice was second. 13, Hideaway third. 16, Athalia fourth. 11, 2, 13, 16, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Blandford stud, number 11, Here for a Good Time, owned by Flying Dutchman of Travis Boersma, trained by Brendan Walsh, Luis Saez, the jockey. Here for a Good Time, 3-year-old daughter of Justify, out of First Hour by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm, LLC. The Keeneland sales grad gets the mile and an eighth over the main track, listed good, 1 minute 53.11. Fourth race results official. 11, 2, 13, 16, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Blandford Stud Trophy presentation to the connections of Here for a Good Time. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, also started the pick 6 with a $39,000 carryover. Main track is listed good. The turf is listed good. A reminder, we remain on the turf exclusively for race 8, the Transylvania, the rail at 20 feet. All other races today contested on the main track. Race 5, scratch number 6, Midnight Myth. Scratch the 7, Twisted Viper. And scratch 13, Rachel Skid.
Race 5 is coming up next, and do take note that this race does kick off the pick 6. We have a carryover of over $39,000 today, so definitely take advantage of this huge opportunity. Race number 5, maiden special weight race, 6 furlongs on the main track, and I did go to the 11 Unwavering Trust as the top selection here. Way towards the outside, she's actually opening up as the heavy favorite at 3-5 for trainer Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt to do the riding here. Her first race was impressive. It was a very fast pace set, fast final time as well. She actually got a 78 Beyer speed figure for that effort. She would finish second, I should say, to a filly by the name of Ahava. And of course, Ahava is that half sister to the very highly regarded Vava, trained by Cherie DeVoe. Cherie also trains Ahava, and she would go on to finish second in the Fairgrounds Oaks this season. So obviously, Unwavering Trust, she finished second to a very nice filly, and now she gets this outside post position to deal with. I think Flavian can really put her wherever she needs to be in order to be successful. Now, I do think that 3-5 is a short price because there's several horses in this race that could certainly take a big step forward. One of them being the number 1, Debt Free to the Inside. She's 9-1. And I've noticed this and even kind of understand this after having many conversations with trainer Cherie DeVoe, and that they do not focus on winning first time out. It's more of a process of getting horses fit, getting horses experience, and then eventually getting them into the winner's circle. So obviously this filly, she could very well improve dramatically in her second start here today. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case, as we see Cherie's horses often do that. She is out of a very nice mare and break even. She won her first 8 races, including the grade 2 8 Bells. And of course, this is a filly by Not This Time. So she is bred beautifully, top and bottom, a homebred for Klein Racing. Klein Racing has had a lot of success recently, too, with trainer Cherie DeVoe. So the one Debt Free, I think, could make a big step forward. I hate the rail for her today. If she had an outside post position, I would have even picked her on top. But that rail post position is tough, especially considering she didn't show much gate speed in her debut. The 4 horses next, this is going to be my third selection. Blinkers coming off after having them on in her debut. She did debut at 7/8. Kind of interesting to see her cut back in distance. Usually when we see horses start at 7/8, it means that it's a stepping stone to longer distances. She's a filly that showed speed, faded, stopped in that race. She was beaten 25 lengths. So why do I like her today? Well, because of her speed. I think she definitely has some dangerous sprinter type speed. And if she can get out there on the front end, they might not be able to catch her. Obviously, this track is playing fairly. We've seen horses win from all over the place, but speed is always dangerous on the main track at Keeneland, especially when you can get loose on the front end. So her speed, I think, is her best weapon, and hopefully she can use it today to hang on for a piece of it at odds of 29-1. 3-5 on your favorite. That's the 11 Unwavering Trust. Make sure you get those pick 6 ticket in. We've got $39,000 carryover for the pick 6, and we have some really nice stakes included in that sequence today. Good luck if you're playing.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 10th and final race, a jockey change in race 10. 10th race, number 2, Mom's Cheesecake, Vince Chaminade, the jockey. That's Keeneland's 10th and final race. The 2, Mom's Cheesecake, Vince Chaminade, will be the jockey. Horses are entering the track for race 5, the Knock Griffin Farm, maiden special weight 3-year-old filly, 6 furlongs over the main track, listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, $39,000 carryover. We are on the main track today with one exception. The 8th race, the Transylvania, is the lone race that remains on the turf, which is also listed good in the rail at 20 feet. In race 5, scratch the 6, Midnight Myth, scratch the 7, Twisted Viper, and scratch 13, Rachel's Kid. Post time, 5 minutes.
Taking a closer look at some of these fillies as they warm up on the track. The number 9, Kapoor, I thought was a really lovely looking filly here today. She comes out of a tough race for trainer Bill Mott. She drew post 10 of 10 that day, and she kind of just chased the field around there. Now, Magnolia Prime wound up winning the race. She would come back to not run so well in the Any Limit Stakes, but the second place finisher in there that finished just above the 9, Kapoor, she would come back to win a maiden special weight and actually earning an 89 buyer speed figure for that win. So she came out of that race to improve, and I think Kapoor, just from her physical build, she certainly seems like she would benefit from a race, and I think she could take a big step forward today. I did think she had a lovely look to her, the number 9, Kapoor. Now, if you're looking for a long shot, this is definitely one of those. 22-1 on the number 10, Starship Athena. I thought that she looked quite racy today, and maybe one that will be best suited here to sprinting. She's a daughter of Street Sense. She has Awesome Again on the bottom side, so she's certainly bred to get a little bit farther than this, but I like the fact that she was just really bright. Her warm-ups have been good. The 10, Starship Athena, may be a horse to consider at a big price. And then finally, we land on the favorite, the 11, Unwavering Trust. She definitely looks fit and ready to go here today. She is dappled too, just from a physical standpoint. Her coat looks healthy. She looks happy. All signs are good here for the 11, Unwavering Trust. And she's also a Clocker Report. We talked about this on our Today at Keeneland show this morning. She actually worked in company here at Keeneland on March 28th with Muhima. Muhima, of course, is going to be the favorite in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland a little bit later today. So maybe another reason to like this filly. One reason to not like her is the price, as she is the heavy favorite at 3-5. We'll see if she can run to that favoritism as we are 3 minutes out from race number 5. Once again, this race does kick off the pick 6 with that carryover of over $39,000.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Knock Griffin Farm. Start of the pick 6. Moving into line, race 5. Flanage comes forward. Starship Athena. BD's Angel and Unwavering Trust. Motown Honey, the last one. Comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. There goes Laneige with Unwavering Trust to her outside. Kapoor and now Debt Free. Debt Free and Forbidden Friend coming forward. Debt Free to the lead. Forbidden Friend right there. And then Kapoor joins them. And Unwavering Trust, who is 4th up on the far outside. Going to be caught wide, pressing the issue into the far turn. Forbidden Friend now backs away into the 4th position. Followed by Ivory and Ebony, who's in 5th. Laneige takes to the outside. Broke well. Lost some ground, though, headed up the backstretch and is now wide in 6th. BD's Angel is in 7th. Motown Honey is in 8th. Maeve is in 9th position. Starship Athena last of 10, 21.86 seconds for the opening quarter. And around the far turn, Kapoor to the outside, Debt Free to the inside, Unwavering Trust wide all the way around the turn, but still there. 3rd, trying to move forward now as they straighten away for home. And Unwavering Trust moves up on the outside. Laneige further back, goes to 4th, dives toward the rail, a good 5 lengths off the lead, though. It is Unwavering Trust with a narrow lead. It's almost a full length. Laneige keeps running up the inside. Kapoor is there in 2nd between that pair. Unwavering Trust past the 16th pole. Maeve is running late along with Ivory and Ebony, but no catching Unwavering Trust, who has won it for Flavian Pratt. Multiple horse photo to separate 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
This certainly was an impressive victory here by Unwavering Trust. She had to go a little bit wide. She angled out into about the 4 path coming around the turn, but I think the point here was just to kind of keep her in the clear so that she could keep that forward momentum, and she is just laying it on here coming down the stretch. Very impressive, finishing up with a lot more gas left in the tank here under jockey Flavian Pratt. As Brad Cox trainee gets the win today, the number 11 Unwavering Trust runs to her 1-2 favoritism here in race number 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race, number 11, Unwavering Trust, was first. 3, Ivory and Ebony was second. 9, Kapoor was third. 2, Maeve was fourth. 11-3-9-2, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Knock Griffin Farm. Number 11, Unwavering Trust, owned by Hoffman Family Racing, LLC of Gregory Hoffman, owned also by Mrs. John Magner, Mrs. Paul Shanahan, and John Oxley. Brad Cox, the trainer, 2 wins today for jockey Flavian Pratt. Unwavering Trust, a 3-year-old Nyquist filly out of High Heeled Girl by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Stonehaven Steadings. The Keeneland graduate gets the 6 furlongs over the main track in 1 minute 11 and 4,300 seconds. Please note the condition of the main track has now been upgraded to fast. Please note the condition of the main track is now listed fast. Race 5 results official. 11-3-9-2, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Knock Griffin Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Unwavering Trust. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Race 6 upcoming. 6th race comes off the turf. It'll go 1 mile on the main track. Main track is now listed fast. Race 6 will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5. A reminder that we do remain on the turf for the 8th race, Transylvania. And the turf is listed good for that 8th race. In race 6, scratch the 1 Ocean Point. Scratch 3 American Hope. Scratch the 5 Raptors. Scratch the 6 Oscar Season. Scratch 7 El Razine. Also scratch the 9 Evade. And scratch the 11 Intellect. Jockey for the 2 Georgie W. Irad Ortiz Jr. That's the 2 Georgie W. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be the jockey. Contrary to the program, the 10 Tough Little Nut is a first-time reported gelding. And a reminder, number 13, Archie the Giza, draws into the race. Jockey Dylan Davis as programmed.
Race number 6, 18 minutes to post, starts the late pick 5, and this race coming up is off the turf to the main track at the 1 mile distance. So a quick run up into the first turn, and position is going to be key, as it always is in the mile and a 16th races that we see on the main track here at Keeneland Racecourse. Main track listed as fast as we move to the second half of this card, and the current favorite is Georgie W., the number 2 horse, who we'll get to in just a moment. But Wyco, the number 4 horse for trainer Wesley Ward, is a 5-year-old gelding, pretty lightly raced, 16 races over the course of his seasons of running. He ran 4 times last year, winless in those 4 tries. He's already had a couple of starts this year, including a good runner-up finish at Aqueduct on the 8th of February. But I really and truly think that he and Gerardo Corrales can be forward in this race and get some good position going into that first turn, which I just mentioned is so crucial in this quick run-up into that first turn. Getting those blinkers on. He's run well here in the past at Keeneland, only a couple of tries in the past, and it's rare to see horses of under Wesley Ward's care that have run 16 times and only had a couple of starts here at Keeneland. But that's the case that we have with him coming into this spot. And I take that back in the fact that this race taken off the turf, he's run 3 times on this main track over the last few seasons. He does have a win going back to October, which we showed you this morning on Today at Keeneland. He was 3rd in the Grade 3 Commonwealth, and I do think that stretching out to the mile is going to be a plus for him in this off-the-turf situation. I have a feeling that he was intended to be in this race if it came off the turf course, and they've gotten their wish here today with Wyco, who is 5-2 on the board, with Corrales and Wesley Ward coming together here at Keeneland Racecourse. I'll go out to the number 8 horse as my second choice. He's a bit of a price right now. This is Uskar for trainer Jordan Blair. Debut winner at Oaklawn in the springtime of last year, and then finished 4th in his runner-up subsequent start, I should say, finishing 4th in start 2 of his career. They then moved him over to the turf course back during Derby week at Churchill Downs, going back to last May. And they were taking their shot with him, given his pedigree, by Oscar Performance, who was a brilliant Grade 1 winner on turf and has turned out to be a sensational stallion here in Kentucky and his runners worldwide. It didn't quite work out, so they immediately put him back on dirt, and he has performed much better than that lone turf event. He goes 2-turn distance for the second time in his career, going long last time out at Turfway Park, but I think that it was a solid performance, but I think he's better on dirt, and he is currently sitting at 8-1, so he could be an upset potential type runner here in race number 6. And then the number 2 horse comes in my third selection. He's the current favorite. Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to pick up the mount on this son of Tapiture. Adds blinkers. He should be quick away from there. He is a horse that won his first 2 starts, one on turf, one on dirt. He ran in the Indiana Derby in a tough renewal of the Indiana Derby going back a couple of years now. Last year, just 2 starts on turf, but back on dirt today off the 8-month layoff, getting geared up here at Keeneland Racecourse with a recent workout in 47-1. A lot of attention here. I do think that Irad Ortiz Jr. is really dictating the wagering here over the course of these 2 days of racing at Keeneland, as he tends to anywhere that he rides. But I do think that a significant amount of this play is being thrown towards Irad on a very live horse. Don't get me wrong. He is very live in this race. But this is going to be a difficult run, with that first run into that first turn is going to be so crucial in sorting out this group. Good luck in the late pick 5. There are 3 stakes races included in that late pick 5, the Transylvania, the Lafayette, and the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Good luck. 14 minutes to post before the start of that late pick 5 here at Keeneland in race 6.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Brookstone Farm, and allowance for 4-year-olds and up. Race comes off the turf. It goes 1 mile on the main track, which is now listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Scratch the 1, Ocean Point. Scratch 3, American Hope. Scratch the 5, Raptors, the 6, Oscar Season, and the 7, El Razine. Scratch number 9, Evade, and also scratch the 11, Intellect. Jockey for the 2, Georgie W. Irad Ortiz Jr. He rides number 2. A reminder, contrary to the program, the 10, Tough Little Nut, first time reported gelding. Number 13, Archie the Giza, draws into the race. Dylan Davis rides as programmed. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast. The turf listed good for the 8th race, Transylvania. Post time at 5 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes away from race number 6 to start the late pick 5 here at Keeneland. Pull well over $334,000 as it stands right now for the late pick 5. Tough Little Nut's getting plenty of respect right now. This is a colt that deserves it. He's run well over the course of his career to earn over $222,000. And I think the key for him to get this kind of attention is not just his recent form, but his recent main track effort, where he was second in the Wood Chopper at Fairgrounds at the end of last year in December, finished second to Laganos, who we saw run a good race in the nightcap yesterday here at Keeneland on opening day. So Brian Hernandez Jr., we'll see how he navigates this trip with this somewhat outside draw. It's not the biggest field with all the scratches, but as I've mentioned and continue to mention in these mile and a 16th races, that early position is so key going into the first turn, as there is not a lot of real estate to utilize to get that position here at Keeneland Racecourse in these 8 furlong races. Going to the outside, the 13, Archie the Giza, 8-1 on the board right now. He might have a little bit of speed from that outside post position with Dylan Davis. He's an accomplished gelding, 6 years old, has run twice this year, both at Oaklawn Park, finishing well-beaten efforts. But nonetheless, he's been forward in those races, and he's going to need to utilize that here this afternoon. Archie the Giza sitting at odds of 8-1. And our second horse on the Clocker Report this morning today at Keeneland is Georgie W. They had that winner, the Clocker Report, back in race number 5 with Unwavering Trust. We'll see if they can go back-to-back, and they're leaning on the favorite right now at 2-1. He does look good. He is a very good-looking 5-year-old, fully matured now at the age of 5, coming off the 8-month layoff, and he looks fit and ready to go for trainer Will Walden. Good luck in race number 6 with less than 3 minutes to post. Our pick 5 pool now over $356,000.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Brookstone Farm. 1 mile on the main track. Start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 6. This is Usker comes forward. Tough Little Nut. 2 more to load. Winter's Lion. Archie the Giza, last one. Goes in first wire at the post. They're off. And there goes Wyco. Wyco comes out for the lead, and Georgie W. is there to the inside, and this is Usker. Joins them up on the far outside as they head into the first turn. Wyco has the lead, though. Wyco starts to clear with the lead as they head into the turn and angles down toward the rail and leads it by just a half length. This is Usker. Goes second by just a length around the turn. And then Georgie W. third against the rail by a head. Tough Little Nut draws alongside of that one. Then Archie the Giza just to the outside of Winter's Lion. They got the opening quarter in 24.33 seconds onto the backstretch. Lead battle shapes up once again. Wyco is there to the inside and has a head in front, but is joined by this is Usker, still there every step of the way up the backstretch. Another length and a half then to Tough Little Nut, third to the outside by just a half length. Georgie W. fourth back toward the inside, 3/4 of a length. Archie the Giza has to go out toward the center of the track as they head onto the far turn. Still back in the 5th position, a half length. And Winter's Lion last at the back toward the inside, opening half mile, 49.02 seconds. Onto the far turn. This is Usker, puts ahead in front. Wyco has the rail, though, and is still right there. Tough Little Nut seeks to join them third up to the far outside, still a length and a half off the front pair. And then Georgie W. Now Georgie W. moves up the inside from 4th into 3rd. They're coming to the top of the short stretch. He's swinging to the outside, still 3 lengths off the lead. This is Usker has the lead. Here's Georgie W. moving up toward the outside. Wyco is still there, but has lost ground down to the inside. Into the final furlong. This is Usker has the lead by 3 lengths. Georgie W., then Wyco. Winter's Lion runs late toward the rail from 4th, but this is Usker to win it.
This turned into an absolute sprint to the finish after some very slow fractions considering the distance of this race. They slowed it down, and it was a sprint home for This is Usker to pull this one off. He is much better on dirt. That is on full display here today. He got bet down to odds of 3-1. Edgar Morales in the saddle for trainer Jordan Blair.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race, number 8. This is Usker was first. Number 2, Georgie W. second. Number 4, Wyco third. The 12, Winters Lion fourth. 8-2-4-12. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Brookstone Farm, number 8, this is Usker, owned by Table 38 Racing LLC of Elliott Honecker, Katie Rich Stables LLC of Lawrence Doyle. Jordan Blair trains and Edgar Morales rides the winner. This is Usker, 4-year-old son of Oscar Performance out of Journey On by Good Journey, bred in Kentucky by Katie Rich Farms. 1 mile over the main track listed fast, 1 minute 37.85 seconds. Race 6, results official. 8-2-4-12, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Brookstone Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of This is Usker. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, the Lafayette Stakes. Main track is listed fast, double pick 3 and start of the late pick 4. A reminder, the 8th race, Transylvania, remains on the turf, and the turf is listed good, rail at 20 feet. In this 7th race, scratch the 1 gun medal and scratch the 7-1 true chance.
Our first of 3 stakes races on the afternoon is ahead. 18 minutes to post before the Lafayette Stakes. For the 3-year-olds, they'll be going 7 furlongs, a 1-turn distance here on the main track, over this fast main track. And no surprise that Colloquial is the 1-2, now 3-5 favorite in this race. His race at Aqueduct on the 7th of February in his most recent start was an absolute blinder. He ran off the screen to win by 7 lengths, earned a massively fast speed figure in that performance, and deserves this kind of attention. George Weaver trains this colt. He's a son of Vacoma, the stallion in which George Weaver conditioned during his racing career, who won the Toyota Bluegrass at the age of 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse, would go on to win a Grade 1 later on in his career, and has turned out to be one of the hottest, if not the hottest, young stallion in the sport. So if Colloquial can run anywhere near that last race, it is going to be a difficult task for the rest of this group to get past him down the stretch here at Keeneland Racecourse. He is 3-5 and deserves to be. And the horse to his inside, Gunmetal, the number 1 horse, he was cross-entered in this race and an allowance race tomorrow. He has opted to go towards the allowance race. So I think that goes to show you the respect that connections like Brad Cox have for a horse like Colloquial to go in that direction, because Gunmetal looks to be a quality colt as well, who we'll see compete tomorrow here at Keeneland Racecourse. I'm going to go with the long shot play as my second choice, the 6, It's My Birthday for Robertino Diodoro. Here's another Vacoma colt who started off his career out in the Southwest, down at Turf Paradise in Phoenix, Arizona. He broke his maiden by 10 lengths on debut. He then followed that up with a win going 6 furlongs in 109-2 over at Turf Paradise. And that racetrack is one of the fastest dirt surfaces in the world, frankly. Out of that race, they tried him in the Sunland Derby, going 2 turns, chasing horses like Getaway Car and Caldera, who have been on this road to the Kentucky Derby in a few of the major prep races that we've seen as of late. But I think that this colt is dangerous to pick up a piece of it on the cutback in distance with his speed and the speed that we saw from him at Turf Paradise. And I don't think that he should be overlooked just based on the fact that he got his career underway over in Phoenix, Arizona. And the fact that these connections opt to come in this direction tells me that they obviously have belief that he can hang in this much stiffer competition, at least sprinting here today in the Lafayette Stakes. 21-1 on the number 6 horse as it stands right now. And then the number 5 horse, Gate to Wire. He is the current second choice in the wagering for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, a Munnings colt that broke his maiden in a pretty sizzling fast race on debut. And then his first dirt try came in the Swale Stakes, where he sprung an upset at the time of 13-1. Then they tried him in the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth, going 2 turns. He got into some trouble in that race, and that was a tough race. We saw Sovereignty win the Fountain of Youth and then finish runner-up in the Grade 1 Florida Derby last week down at Gulfstream Park. And then River Thames was the runner-up, who we'll see be one of the favorites for tomorrow's Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. So he comes out of a stout race, and the cutback in distance really should work in his favor. Gate to Wire, the number 5 horse for Donegal Racing. Race number 7 here at Keeneland Racecourse does start the late pick 4. First 3 legs, all stakes races. The Lafayette, the Transylvania presented by Keeneland Select, and then, of course, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, those first 3 legs. And we close it out with race number 10, a quality starter allowance race here on day 2 of this spring meet. Good luck. Less than 15 minutes away from the Lafayette.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race, the Lafayette Stakes. Scratch the 5, Gate to Wire. Late scratch Keeneland's 7th race, the Lafayette Stakes, scratch number 5, Gate to Wire. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta wager. Superfecta tickets will be refunded. Again, no superfecta on race 7. The superfecta tickets that have already been wagered will be refunded. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the 77th running of the Lafayette Stakes. 3-year-olds at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 1 gunmetal, scratch 5 gate to wire, and scratch 7 1 true chance. No superfecta on race 7. Post time at 6 minutes. Let's meet the starters for the Lafayette Stakes. We begin with number 2, Colloquial, owned by Starlight Racing of Jack Wolf and others, owned by Harold Ventures LLC of Curtis Harrell, trained by George Weaver, jockey Manny Franco. 3, Smokin' Wicked, owned by Valine Farms LLC of Murray Valine, trained by Dallas Stewart, jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 4, Touchy, owned by Three Chimneys Farm, LLC, Gonzalo Torrealba, trained by Wesley Ward, jockey Joel Rosario. 5 is scratched. 6, It's My Birthday, owned by Arnold Benowith, Clayton Wiest, and Rick Wiest, trained by Robertino Diodoro, Jose Ortiz to ride. Seven is scratched. The 8 is Rolando, owned by St. George Stable, LLC of Herman Lorea, trained by Fausto Gutierrez, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Well, obviously this race has changed. The complexion of this race has changed given the fact of the late scratch of the 5-horse Gate to Wire down in the paddock. And looking at some of these other runners in here, the number 3 horse Smokin' Wicked, here's a Louisiana bred. Louisiana breds could have a big day. Super Speed representing that breeding program coming up in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. But a colt that will cut back in distance and has been a very effective sprinter in his recent races at the end of his 2-year-old season, at least at the sprint distances. He was able to win at Churchill Downs going 7 furlongs in open company, and then the Valine Farms and Dallas Stewart took this horse to fairgrounds, and he really toyed with a couple of groups of Louisiana-bred competition. Stretched out in the Rebel, couldn't quite keep up on that afternoon, but he is a sprinter, at least from what we've seen from him as of late, and he has now moved into the second-choice role with the late scratch of Gate to Wire. He will be right there next to the favorite Colloquial in the starting gate, and we'll see how Brian Hernandez Jr. approaches this race down the backstretch and obviously around the turn and the sprint for home. Touching the number 4 horse, a Nyquist colt, who also cuts back in distance. As we take a look at him in the top right portion of your screen, he's a good-looking colt for Three Chimneys Farm and trainer Wesley Ward. He was able to break his maiden here at Keeneland, so he has got the course form compared to the rest of this group. The only horse to race here, and obviously thus the only horse to win here with that success that we saw from him going back to the fall of last season at the age of 2. Good group coming together. Colloquial down bottom right of your screen for Starlight Racing, and Harold Ventures, the heavy favorite at odds of 2-5, and deservedly so based on his most recent victory and only victory where he was so impressive up in New York at Aqueduct. Good luck in the late pick 4. Get all wagers in here over the course of the next 3 minutes before the Lafayette Stakes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the 77th running of the Lafayette Stakes, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Colloquial goes in. Smokin' Wicked. Touchy. It's My Birthday comes forward. Rolando, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Lafayette Stakes. There goes Smokin' Wicked with Colloquial to the inside. Colloquial moves up, puts a head in front. Smokin' Wicked is right there alongside, however, and Rolando seeks to join them to the far outside from third. Then Touchy is fourth, and It's My Birthday last of the 5 for the move up the backstretch. Colloquial has a short lead to the inside, leads it by just a neck. Smokin' Wicked is there in second between horses a half length. Rolando is third to the far outside as they move off the end of the backstretch and onto the far turn. And then Touchy, who's in fourth down toward the rail, nearly 3 lengths from the front, gap of 3 more then back to It's My Birthday. That opening quarter, 22.62 seconds. Colloquial is the leader. Colloquial leads it by a half length. Smokin' Wicked still there on the outside, though, applying pressure around the far turn. Gap of 3.5 lengths. Touchy is in third, trying to pick up the top 2, just over a quarter mile to go. Rolando has lost ground back into fourth, now 7 lengths off the lead, and a gap of 6 more back to It's My Birthday. Here's Smokin' Wicked coming after Colloquial off the turn and into the stretch, coming to the 8th pole. They're side by side, going at it for the win, and may be joined soon by Touchy, who's running out of time, but is third, still 4 lengths away. And through it all, Colloquial has turned back every challenge. Had pressure all the way from Smokin' Wicked, has put that one away, and is home free. It is Colloquial, Manny Franco, to win the Lafayette. Smokin' Wicked was across the wire in second. Touchy was home third, 1 minute 23.92 seconds.
Well, the expectations were high, and he absolutely delivers. Colloquial, impressive today in the Lafayette. The Keeneland September Sale grad, the son of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes winner, Vekoma. He took a challenge from Smokin' Wicked, but turns him away with those big, powerful strides and secures a stakes win in his first attempt against winners, and does so by better than 2 lengths in the end.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 2, Colloquial, finished first. 3, Smokin' Wicked was second. 4, Touchy was third. 8, Rolando fourth. 2, 3, 4, 8, unofficial. Results of race 7 official. 2, 3, 4, 8, the official results. In the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, 77th running of the Lafayette Stakes, number 2, Colloquial, owned by Starlight Racing of Jack Wolf and others, owned also by Harrell Ventures, LLC of Curtis Harrell, trained by George Weaver, the jockey Manny Franco. Colloquial, 3-year-old son of Vekoma, out of Terminology by Bernardini. Winner bred in Kentucky by Michael and J.B. Oram. The Keeneland September graduate Colloquial gets 7 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 23.92 seconds. The Lafayette Stakes Trophy presentation, Dale Henley, former president of the Lafayette chapter of Sons of the American Revolution in Lexington and a member of the Society of the American Friends of Lafayette, he presents on the occasion of the bicentennial of General Lafayette's visit to Lexington, for whom Fayette County was named in 1780, and he presents the trophy to the connections of Colloquial.
Another blistering run from Colloquial, this time in Stakes Company in the Lafayette for trainer George Weaver and jockey Manny Franco. And Manny, speak to how difficult it is to win on the lead going 7 furlongs, taking pressure, and for him to kick clear the way that he did. How difficult is that normally for a horse to do?
It is. First of all, I want to say thanks to George, thanks to the owner for having me here today to ride this great horse. I mean, it's difficult because you're riding the favorite. I know the pressure is there, but at the same time, I was confident in my horse. My horse, it was the best horse in the race, so he broke so good. I don't take anything away from him, so I just let him roll out of there and see what the guys outside me wanted to do. So nobody cleared me, so I hold my position, and after that, he took me all the way to the wire.
Congratulations, Manny.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
George, son of Vacoma, horse that you trained, Toyota Bluegrass Stakes winner, and now to see horses like Colloquial come in a very short amount of time and have this kind of success, what does that mean to you from a trainer who really almost got it all rolling?
Well, excuse me, we're always eternally grateful to Vacoma and what he did for us in our barn, and to see him carry on as a stallion and come up with all these runners, it's a lot of fun.
How good is this colt?
I'd say he's really good. I mean, his first time against winners today. There's some nice horses in here. You know, change of tactics. I didn't really anticipate being on the lead, but I trust Manny to make decisions that he needs to based on how things are unfolding. And he put him on the lead, and the horse ran great.
You've said in the past that the one turn is going to be the focus. Is that going to remain the focus for the spring?
No, I would like to run on the Woody Stevens. I need to talk to the ownership. Obviously, I want to do what we all think is best for the colt together. I'd like to make the Woody Stevens from here. It makes sense to me. After that, I'm game to stretch him out.
Congratulations on the win here today, Keeneland.
Thank you very much.
Colloquial, ultra impressive, as everyone most expected in today's Lafayette Stakes.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select. The turf condition is listed good. The rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 5 Sabertooth. Also scratch the 14 Septarian, the 15 Pretty Capable, and scratch the 16 Valentinian. Jockey change on the 12 Hammerhead. That'll be Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis rides the 12 Hammerhead. 13 Barricade draws into the race. Jockey John Velasquez. 13 Barricade draws into the race. The jockey John Velasquez.
Race number 8, our first turf race of the meet, the Grade 3 Transylvania presented by Keeneland Select. And as you can see, a big field remains as they'll be competing on the good listed turf course here this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. Race does start the final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon on this Monday card. And the number 11 horse, Me Bago, for trainer Mark Cassie, is a Vacoma colt who has handled the turf brilliantly, as well as a synthetic win recently in his races down at Gulfstream Park. And he has shown an immense amount of speed in doing so and winning those races over that quick turf course down at Gulfstream Park. Now, obviously, the circumstances in which he finds himself in today are much different, but we've also seen him run on a good listed turf course going back to his 2-year-old season at Woodbine when he won the Algonquin Stakes going 5/8 of a mile. He's gotten better going further. That is the bottom line when you look at his career progression. And Me Bago to the outside with Irad Ortiz Jr., who rode him last time out, is going to be a strong favorite in this race, or one of the favorites. He is the second choice right now in the wagering for Mark Cassie. And also, to expand upon this colt further, about a month ago there was an article in the Racing Post that was picked up by the Blood Horse, and the fact that he has been nominated to the 2000 Guineas in England, the first English classic race of the season, which would take place in approximately a month. And they're keeping that option on the table, according to that article, for a colt like this, just going to show how much talent they believe he has and how much talent he has shown them in his races, obviously, as of late. And trainer Mark Cassie has had success traveling overseas in Group 1 races, having taken Tepin some years back to Royal Ascot to win the Group 1 Queen Anne Stakes on the straight. That would be the same scenario, not to a T with it being at Newmarket versus Ascot, but on the straight for a horse like Me Bago. But first things first, the Transylvania Stakes here at Keeneland, I think he's going to be tough in this deep field here this afternoon in the Transylvania Stakes. The number 2 horse, Reagan's Wit, was the favorite just a moment ago for Cherie DeVoe. Here is a colt by Authentic, a Keeneland September sale graduate who broke his maiden over good listed ground at Fairgrounds back in January, and then followed that up with a try against winners in the Columbia Stakes at Tampa. And I don't think that he lost much as far as respect in that defeat. He was only beaten the neck. He ran a very nice speed figure on that afternoon on a quicker bit of ground that he encountered. But obviously this is a step up in class. But now back to the favorite at 5-2. He's got a good inside draw under Jose Ortiz for West Point Thoroughbreds and David and Gordo and Cherie DeVoe. And Cherie DeVoe and Jose Ortiz were a force down at the fairgrounds this recent meet. And this colt was part of that, having won his maiden race back at the end of January. So a very legit favorite, second choice, wherever he settles in the wagering in the Grade 3 Transylvania Stakes. And then down on the inside, Chasing Liberty. He is a colt by Constitution for Twin Peaks Racing and Commonwealth Racing, who's made nearly $840,000 in his career. He has run over a number of different turf courses throughout his career: Ellis, Kentucky Downs, Keeneland, Del Mar, Sam Houston, and the Fairgrounds, and he has showed up each and every time. So this will be the first time that he's run for a second time on a turf course that he's run at in the past, having run in the Indian Summer going 5.5 furlongs in the fall of last year. He was chasing Governor Sam around there, that ultra-quick runner who won on to win the Indian Summer and ran a good race in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. But here's a horse that has transitioned to longer distance races and done well in those efforts. So another inside draw, horse that's got tactical speed as well. At 7-1, Chasing Liberty would not be a surprise in today's Grade 2 Transylvania Stakes. 11 minutes to post for race number 8 as we look forward to some turf racing here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track race 8 at Keeneland, 37th running of the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select, Grade 3. 3-year-olds at a mile and a 16th on the turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 5 Sabertooth. Also scratch 14, 15, and 16. Dylan Davis, the jockey for the 12. Hammerhead, number 12, Dylan Davis. 13 Barricade draws into the race. John Velasquez, the jockey. Post time at 5 minutes. Post parade for the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select. Number 1 is Chasing Liberty, owned by Twin Creeks Racing Stables, LLC. Stephen Davison and Randy Galat. Commonwealth of Brian Doxtator and Chase Chamberlain, trained by Rob Atras. Luis Saez is up. 2 Reagan's Wed, owned by West Point Thoroughbreds of Terry Findlay, owned also by David and Gordo. CJ Stables of Charles Sunson, trained by Cherie DeVoe, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 3 Golden Afternoon, owned by Eddie Greco, Pat Greco, Scott Jaffe, Michael Clunan, Vacareza Racing LLC of Carlo Vacareza, trained by Nicholas Vacareza. Joel Rosario is up. 4 Maui Strong, owned by West Point Thoroughbreds of Terry Findlay. Blue Devil Racing Stable of Mark Holliday, owned also by Edwin Barker, trained by Dale Romans, Vince Chaminade to ride. 5 is Scratch. 6 is Versus, owned by the Screen Door Stables LLC of Alan Swift, trained by Kelly Breen, the jockey Luan Machado. 7 Test Score, owned by Ammerman Racing Stables LLC, Mr. and Mrs. John Ammerman, trained by Graham Motion, jockey Manny Franco. 8 Scipio, owned by Calvin Wynn and Joey Tran, trained by Richard Baltus, Flavian Pratt to ride. 9 Tom's Magic, owned by C.J. Thoroughbreds of Corey and C.J. Johnson. Mo Speed Racing of Scott Mawaka, trained by Michael Stidham, jockey Ben Curtis. 10 Clock Tower, races for Mrs. Fitriani Hay, the trainer Wesley Ward, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. 11 Mibago, owned by Gary Barber, the trainer Mark Cassie, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 12 Hammerhead, owned by Gold Square LLC of Al Gold, trained by Chad Summers, the jockey Dylan Davis. And drawing in 13 Barricade, owned by Rapoli Stable, Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher, jockey John Velasquez. 2 minutes to post.
Taking a look at these horses warming up front side and looking at one of a few Southern California invaders that we'll have in the next few races here at Keeneland, starting with Scipio before we get to the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. This has been a really nice son of Caravaggio for Richie Baltus and Calvin DeWin and Joey Tran, his owners, who purchased him for just a mere $60,000 last year in a 2-year-old trading sale back in March of last year. He's won his last 2 races, breaking his maiden, then defeated a stakes group in the Baffle Stakes. But if you look further at his career prior to breaking his maiden, he ran 3 times as a non-winner in stakes company and ran against some really nice horses. His first 2 starts at Del Mar back in August and September, he ran into one of the best 3-year-olds, now 3-year-olds, that we have on the West Coast in Artislas. And speaking to Richard Baltus just a few moments back about this son of Caravaggio's opportunity here today, he says he's done well since arriving. He wouldn't trade spots with anybody. It's just a matter of how he will handle the ground, which he has not had this kind of ground to run on in Southern California on those firm turf courses that he's competed over at Del Mar and Santa Anita. But at 7-1, he certainly is live, and I respect the form that he has and the competition that he's kept, as he's kept the best that he could possibly have out in Southern California at Del Mar and Santa Anita. A horse that actually filly, beat Scipio over the course of those tries as a maiden in Stakes Company, is the 10-horse Clock Tower. He won the Cecil B. DeMille at the end of the 2024, near the end of that Del Mar Bing Crosby meeting, setting the pace and kicking on to win. And he came close to winning the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon in the fall meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. It's a bit shocking that he is being as disrespected as he is in the wagering to sit at 24-1. And last time out, they shipped him out west to try him back on dirt again in the Grade 3 Robert B. Lewis Stakes, and he was part of chasing around Citizen Bull, the champion 2-year-old in that race, which was won by Citizen Bull, and then Rodriguez was second, who recently won the Wood Memorial this past Saturday. So if you're looking for a long shot play, he could be the one. Clock Tower at that big of a number, 25-1. Just 1 minute to post as these 3-year-olds approach the turf course here at Keeneland for the Transylvania.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 37th running of the Transylvania Stakes, presented by Keeneland Select. Moving into line, race 8. Here's Versus coming forward, along with Hammerhead. Now Test Score. Barricade, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off at the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select. There's Maui Strong. Here's Mibago. Clock Tower has early speed as well. Mibago, Clock Tower, these two come forward together in the opening strides, and Mibago moves by for the lead. Clock Tower goes second. Maui Strong backs away, a lane off the rail in third. Golden Afternoon between horses, fourth. Chasing Liberty, fifth to the inside. And then is followed by Tom's Magic. Now, Tom's Magic's going to be wide. 3 wide into the first turn toward the center of the pack, 7 lengths off the lead. It is joined by Reagan's Wit, who saved ground, moves up a couple of spots from the center of the pack down toward the inside. Further back, Scipio is running about 8 lengths off the leader. Barricade alongside of that one. Then Hammerhead, who's next to last, and Versus is the trailer. The opening quarter at 23.01 seconds. Midpoint of the backstretch, Mibago leading Clock Tower by a length and a half. And then Maui Strong, who's third by 3/4 of a length. Test Score moves up on the outside in fourth position. Chasing Liberty, fifth toward the inside. Tom's Magic has to go wide again to the far turn and is sixth and running 5 lengths off the lead. It is followed by Reagan's Wit. Reagan's Wit, a lane off the rail, still running 7 from the front. Scipio is behind that one. And then Golden Afternoon, and they're all chasing Mibago. Mibago leading Clock Tower by a length around the far turn. Maui Strong is third back toward the inside, 1/4 mile to go. Test Score is next outside of Chasing Liberty, still 5 from the front, and Mibago is still the one to catch as Maui Strong looks to the rail. Clock Tower to the outside, now Chasing Liberty coming, then Test Score, followed by Reagan's Wit, still 7 lengths away. Scipio 7 from the front. Test Score comes forward. Maui Strong to the inside. Maui Strong, Test Score, then Chasing Liberty. Scipio on the extreme outside. It is Test Score in front for Manny Franco, and Test Score has won the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select.
Well, this race really unfolded late as the closers started to pick it up down the lane. The speed started to dwindle out on the front end, and Test Score moving best of all in the Ammerman Racing Silks for trainer Graham Motion, pulling off this victory at odds of 9-1 as jockey Manny Franco picks up a stakes double on this Monday here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race, 7 Test Score. Finished first. Number 8, Scipio, second. Number 4, Maui Strong was third. The 2, Reagan's Wit was fourth. 7-8-4-2, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 7-8-4-2, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 37th running of the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select, Grade 3, number 7 Test Score. Owned by the Ammerman Racing Stables, LLC, of Mr. and Mrs. John Ammerman, trained by Graham Motion. Back-to-back stakes wins on the card for jockey Manny Franco. Test Score, 3-year-old son of Lookin' at Lucky, out of Joy of Learning by Kitten's Joy, bred in Kentucky by Mrs. Jerry Ammerman. 1 minute 43.84 seconds over the turf, listed good. Now the trophy presentation for the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select. Jeff Moss, longtime Keeneland Select member from Detroit, Michigan, presents to the connections of Test Score.
Manny Franco with the stakes double on this Monday card here at Keeneland Racecourse, and Test Score certainly passes the test in the Transylvania presented by Keeneland Select. And Manny, for him to finish the way that he did, how easy was it for him to get to relax in the early stages?
I think that was the key out of the gate. He broke so good. He put me right into the race, and he was traveling pretty well in the beginning of the race. I think he was under the ground really well too, and I was happy what I was. And when he was feeling the horses coming, he just gave me another gear, and he just was competitive in the race and just get it done.
So he picked it up on his own when he felt those horses coming behind him?
Yeah, when he felt the horses, when the one come inside me in the quarter pole, he say, okay, we are running. So he gave me another gear.
Congratulations on a huge day here at Keeneland, Manny.
Thank you so much.
Test Score getting the victory in the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select for Ammerman Racing, Manny Franco, and trainer Graham Motion.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, 88th running of the Central Bank Ashland Stakes, Grade 1. Main track is listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in this 9th race.
It is the Monday feature here at Keeneland Racecourse, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland for 3-year-old fillies looking to secure a spot, or spots for that matter, in the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks in just a few weeks' time over at Churchill Downs. And Mahima opens up as the favorite, as we expected. The number 3 horse, Super Speed, for Flying Dutchman and trainer John Sadler, comes in from Southern California. This is a Justify filly, Louisiana-bred Justify filly that they purchased for $460,000 a couple of years back in September of 2023 at the Keeneland sale, who was debuted down at Del Mar last summer on the turf course and won on debut, stayed on the turf course and stretching out in distance in her second career start, and finished second in the Del Mar Juvenile Fillies Turf Stakes. And since they've moved her over to dirt in just the one start, she has run arguably the best race of her career, even with the successes that we saw from her on the turf at Santa Anita and Del Mar. Her run in the Grade 3 Santa Isabel was extremely impressive. Even though she lost by a nose or less than that. She did not back down from the Bob Baffert filly, Maysam, who was coming into that race off of a difficult journey over to Sunland in the Sunland Park Oaks and had difficulties with the starting gate. And if you're looking at that form and who beat her in that last race, don't discount Maysam because of that performance in the Sunland Park Oaks. She is a good filly, and this filly hung right there with her. She's 4-1 on the board right now. She can be close to the pace. She is very talented, and I truly think that she's going to be better moving over to the dirt course based on just that one race. I know it's a one-race sample, but for John Sadler to invade here to Keeneland with this filly in this Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, he could have stayed home and ran in the Santa Anita Oaks this past weekend. I think that this is an important filly to pay attention to as she comes here to Keeneland Racecourse with Joel Rosario soon to be in the saddle. So Super Speed at 4-1. Really do like this filly in the Grade 1 feature here today at Keeneland Racecourse. I'll go down to the inside to another Southern California invading horse that is Look Forward for Redham Racing, daughter of Bolt Doro for trainer Michael McCarthy. She was able to break her maiden on debut in the fall months at Del Mar last year and then ran in the Starlet. She was second to Tenma, the best 3-year-old filly on the West Coast, who just won the Santa Anita Oaks, second to her in the Starlet, then wins the Santa Ynez going 7 furlongs. Her second start at the age of 3, just nothing went right leaving the starting gate. She bobbled, she had no position, and she was completely thrown off of her game. So long Mario Gutierrez can get her forward in this race, I do think that Look Forward can run back to the races that we saw from her in the first 3 starts of her career for trainer Michael McCarthy, who's had her in her last 3 starts. She's 12-1 on the board. I do really feel that she is a live price horse in this race. And then the 5-horse Running Away for Wesley Ward. She's a filly that's got a tremendous amount of stamina. I think she's just been that much better than her competition to make the lead as she has in her last couple of races on the dirt, the one at Churchill and then the Basanda Stakes. She's a daughter of Gunrunner who can, if this turns into a test of stamina, I think that goes to her advantage here today. I don't think that she necessarily has to have the lead in this race. So at now 13-1, it's a bit surprising that she's this price in this Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, given she's undefeated on the dirt in her last 2 starts. She's won at a mile and a 16th. She's won at a mile and an 1/8. And she's trained by Wesley Ward, so gets to compete out of her own backyard here this afternoon. 11 minutes away from the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 88th running of the Central Bank Ashland Stakes. Grade 1, 3-year-old fillies, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes, post time in just 6 minutes. Parading to the post for the Grade 1, Central Bank Ashland, number 1, Look Forward, owned by Redham Racing LLC, of J. Paul Redham, trained by Michael McCarthy, Mario Gutierrez, the jockey. 2, La Cara, owned by Tracy Farmer, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey, Dylan Davis. 3, Super Speed, owned by Flying Dutchman of Travis Boersma, trained by John Sadler, jockey Joel Rosario. 4, Muhima, races for Shadwell Stable of Jonathan Smith, trainer Brad Cox, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 5, Running Away, owned by the Stud TNT LLC of Carina Torrealba, trained by Wesley Ward, Gerardo Corrales to ride. 6, Take Charge Milady, owned by James Ball, owned by Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, owned also by Kenneth Rhodes, trainer Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 7, Amarth, owned by the Green Lantern Stables LLC of Richard Masson, trained by Eddie Keneally, the jockey Luis Saez. And number 8, Admit, owned by the Claiborne Farm of Seth Hancock, trained by Tom Drury Jr., and the jockey is Jose Ortiz. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Here's a look at the current favorite in the Shadwell Silks, Flavian Pratt, carrying them with Muhima for trainer Brad Cox. She is the biggest, stoutest filly in this race. There's no question about that. Just getting a chance to look at them further up close. And I have a feeling that if this filly breaks the way that she has in her recent races, that she is going to roll away from there and try to establish an even more forward position. Last time out, she broke well, but she was taken back off the pace in the Grade 3 Honeybee, and I think that just kind of took her out of her game. She was defeated by Quiet Side, who came out of there to win the Grade 2 Fantasy Stakes just about a week ago at Oaklawn Racecourse, or Oaklawn Park, I should say, down in Hot Springs, Arkansas. But she is a beautiful gray daughter of Munnings, a Keeneland September sale graduate for $700,000 back in 2023. If she can get out in the front end, she might be able to run them into the ground, as we've seen from her in the past. The number 6 horse, Take Charge My Lady, story of 2 different types of races that we've seen from her on extreme versions from her last 2 races at Oaklawn, because she was very good in the Martha Washington. She beat Quiet Side, who came back to beat her in the Honeybee, but not just beat her by a long ways, because Take Charge My Lady just did not fire at all. She didn't have a clean trip by any means down at Oaklawn Park in the Grade 3 Honeybee, and she was entered in the Fantasy Stakes last week, but they opted to wait a week to point towards the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, a race that Kenny McPeak has had a lot of success at over the course of his career. They did say that she did have a small foot issue, in which obviously she's overcome that to be here at Keeneland Racecourse, and she's worked well in those days since she would have run in the Fantasy. She worked in 47-4 over a muddy strip at Oaklawn Park, so she can bounce back. She's already beaten horses like Quiet Side. If she can bounce back, she's obviously a factor in today's Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. 3 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 88th running of the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Moving into line, 9th race. Super Speed moves into line. Now Amarth Muhima goes in. Admit the last one. Goes in, first wire, they're at the post. And they're off in the Central Bank Ashland. Lucara broke alertly, comes right out for the early lead. Super Speed, and then Muhima as they head for the first turn. Running away is there, but wide to the first turn. Now Look Forward is seeking to move off the rail and move up in between horses to also challenge for the lead from that inside starting spot. Lucara leads it. Now they're stacking up 3 across the racetrack. Running away moves forward far outside, second by a head. Look Forward between horses is in third position. Super Speed fourth ahead. Muhima saved ground around the first turn, moves up the rail from fifth into fourth. Further back comes Amarth, and then Take Charge Milady, and then a gap of 6 more lengths back to Admit, who is the trailer after an opening quarter in 23.19 seconds. Lucara, the leader by 3/4 of a length, running away far outside, and Look Forward in between that pair. Muhima is still fourth against the rail, 2 lengths from the front. Then Super Speed, who lost a position, had to change lanes, go to the outside from fifth, nearly 5 lengths from the front. She's got Amarth right behind her, and then Take Charge Milady, and a gap of 3 more lengths back to Admit. 47.23 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Lucara leads it by 2 lengths around the turn. Muhima's moving up into the second position, but they're coming to the quarter pole and to the top of the short stretch. Super Speed is angling wide. She is still fourth, trying to take third from Look Forward. Then Take Charge Milady. Amarth is still 8 lengths for the lead. It's Lucara to catch in the Central Bank Ashland. She's got a 3.5, 4-length lead back to Muhima. Take Charge Milady, third down to the inside, and Super Speed fourth on the outside. It is Lucara. Take Charge Milady is running up the rail late, but the wire is coming. Lucara, Take Charge Milady. Lucara has won the Central Bank Ashland for Dylan Davis.
She wasted no time to take advantage of going into the first turn with that lead, and she was able to extend it late and enough to hold off Take Charge My Lady. That is Lacara winning the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Take Charge My Lady making up significant ground late in this race, but will come up a length short in the end. Lacara, the daughter of Street Sense, going wire to wire in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth and featured race. Number 2, Lacara finished first. Number 6, Take Charge My Lady second. Number 4, Muhima was third. And number 3, Supa Speed fourth. 2-6-4-3 unofficial. Results of race 9 official. 2-6-4-3, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's featured 9th, 88th running of the Central Bank Ashland Stakes, Grade 1. Number 2, Lacara, owned by Tracy Farmer, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Dylan Davis. Lacara, 3-year-old filly by Street Sense, out of Cara Caterina by Bernardini. The winner bred in Kentucky by Tracy Farmer. 2 stakes winners today from Bernardini. First Dams, mile and a 16th, 1 minute, 45.1 seconds. Trophy presentation up next. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Central Bank Chairman, President, and CEO Luther Deaton Jr. presents to the connections of La Cara.
La Cara impressive today for owner Tracy Farmer in today's Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, conditioned by Mark Cassie and Dylan Davis. Your first stakes win here at Keeneland, coming in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Was the approach always to take it to him going into the first turn?
Yes, that was the plan, Mark. We talked about it to break sharply. We saw a lot of speed in this race, but we wanted to just get best position possible, and that's what she did. She established dominance early, and then she just took control all the way through the wire.
Did she show a kick for you as you turned for home?
She did. Actually, she was looking around a little bit for me, so I just had to stay with her and keep her to task to the wire, but she ran very well.
Congratulations on the first stakes win and coming in a Grade 1 here at Keeneland.
Thank you so much.
Mark, this was an impressive performance. Did today verify that she can hang with the big dogs, the big girls in this division?
I think so. Don't you?
I do.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, she when she brings her A game, she's tough. You know, Dylan said going down the backside, he goes, "Oh, I have the filly that I had in Tampa that day." He said he could tell the difference. We knew in the Devona Dale, it was just a prep. I brought her back a little quick so I could have more time for this race, and it worked out. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it was good.
How do you get her to that next step, the Kentucky Oaks, in just a month's time?
Well, it's set up perfect. She's now had three starts off a layoff, so she should be perfect. She loves Churchill, and we'll be okay to come back a little quicker. So I'm good.
You're doing real good. Congratulations, Mark.
Thank you.
La Cara, super impressive today in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Main track is listed fast. Scratch the 1, it will be fun. Scratch the 4, rando. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Jockey change on the 2, Mom's Cheesecake, Vince Chaminade. Vince Chaminade, the jockey for number 2, Mom's Cheesecake.
Our 10th and final race is upon us here at Keeneland Racecourse. 7 furlongs, the about 7 furlong distance will be the test here for this group of starter allowance fillies going in the nightcap. And don't forget, this race will close out that pick 6 here this afternoon. It looks like it's going to pay out as we had that carryover from opening day. Golden Irish, not surprised that this horse is sitting at 8-5 as the favorite. I simply think that this is the best filly in this race, coming out of the best races, putting together the best performances in the level of competition that she's been asked to go up against between Oaklawn and Fairgrounds. This has turned out to be a heck of a claim for trainer Tom Amoss. They claimed her in the fall of last year here at Keeneland for $30,000. And she won by 14 lengths that day. She ran second in her next start in November at Churchill in a starter allowance race. And then they moved her up into a little bit tougher competition between Oaklawn and Fairgrounds. And one could argue the opposite of that, given how tough the racing is over at Churchill Downs. But she has done well for them. Looking to give the first win to these connections since they claimed her for $30,000, but I think she's primed to do so here today. I think she can outsprint this group going 7 furlongs, the about 7 furlongs distance, and more than anything, I just like the spotting of Tom Amoss and the claim and having her eligible, obviously off that claim for these starter races. I think today's her day to break through once again at Keeneland, a track that she's already won over going back to the fall. The number 9 horse, that is Royal Princess for trainer Brittany Russell, a daughter of Liam's Map, who broke through with a win at Fairgrounds last time out. No wrinkle to these starter allowance races that we've seen since the introduction of the maiden auction restricted races. And those are races that are restricted to horses that are purchased for a certain number of approximately $50,000. I think that's typically the number that we see in those maiden auction races where they are carded, and that's the case here at Keeneland or over at Churchill Downs or the tracks that card them in Kentucky. But these starter allowance races are open to horses as well that have broken their maiden in those maiden auction restricted races. And here's a filly that did so last time out at Fairgrounds. She was a $50,000 2-year-old in training sale purchase last year. So you've got to also consider these horses, and obviously you're considering them as they are eligible for it. But I think it really does add some depth to these races and add a new wrinkle and evenness to these fields that we're seeing in starter races. So Royal Princess, having broken through with her victory last time out in a pretty snappy time in 1:10.4, the way that she won that race from off the pace makes me feel that the about 7 furlongs should not be an issue for her at 6-1. And Brittany Russell, she's consistently year in and year out, here as of late, clicking at a 25% win rate, and that's the case over the last couple of seasons, including this year, the few months we've had of this year, and going back to 2024. And then the number 6 horse, Bred to Run for Rudy Brisset. He's looking for another win today on day 2 of this spring meet. Here is a filly by Authentic that broke her maiden for 50 at Turfway Park. That's how she's eligible for the starter allowance race, having run for that $50,000 tag. And then last time out on the synthetic, she was asked to go 6.5 furlongs. I do think that the added distance here today, the slight bit more distance that she'll have, will make her a factor late in this race. It's just a matter if she can reel in the speed that's going to be out in front of her if she runs the way that she has in these one-turn races that we've seen from her, where she is outrun early but then picks up positions over the course of those one-turn races thus far in her career. She's 6-1 on the board right now. So it's a big swing from the favorite to some of these second, third, fourth choices that are not far off of each other in the wagering. Big swing in the price and horses that you can make a case for. But my biggest case to be made is on the favorite Golden Irish, who's sitting at 8-5. Good luck in the nightcap here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. Starter allowance for 3-year-old fillies. Beard course about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1. It will be fun. Scratch the 4. Rando. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Jockey for the 2. Mom's Cheesecake. Vince Chaminade. Vince Chaminade, the jockey for number 2. Mom's Cheesecake. Post time 6 minutes.
Here's a filly that's really caught my eye out here as she warms up. Carolina Smoke Show for Hooley Racing. Whit Beckman and Manny Franco is having a very productive day, winning a pair of stakes races just a few hours back here at Keeneland Racecourse on this Monday. This is a filly that gets back onto dirt. She cuts back in distance, and her last couple of races have been solid. Now, can she translate that form from the synthetic track at Turfway Park here to Keeneland on the dirt remains to be seen, but she makes a very nice appearance under Manny Franco, I should say. That is Carolina Smoke Show. She did not race on the synthetic. I was unfortunately looking at the form on the 6, but this is a filly that has that dirt form for Hooley Racing when you look at her fairgrounds runs and at Churchill Downs. So at odds of 7-1, Carolina Smoke Show, she is a pretty daughter of Audible looking to pick up win number 2 of her career. And then Golden Irish there. She is warming up under Edgar Morales for trainer Tom Amos. Edgar and Tom Amos have been such a strong team over the last several years. It's my best angle of the day. I had the most confidence in this filly amongst a lot of the other runners in this card here today, but I do think that she stacks up so well against this group to justify the favoritism at 8-5. However you see it, get those plays in. You've got less than 4 minutes to make all wagers here in the nightcap at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race. Moving into line, race 10. Bred to Run comes forward. Now Golden Irish. Carolina Smoke Show moves into line. Sister Carly will be the last one. Last one comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Ms. Malice out for the lead. Bindi has early speed, and Carolina Smoke Show is right there in between that pair. Royal Princess away running in fourth, up toward the far outside. Up the backstretch they go. Carolina Smoke Show, Bindi stack up to the outside. Golden Irish moving way outside in the center of the racetrack to join this front group. And still Ms. Malice there down toward the inside. Miss California moves up carefully. One lane off the rail into the fifth position. Royal Princess sixth on her outside, followed by Mom's Cheesecake, who's back toward the inside in seventh. Bred to Run eighth. Moochie Girl is ninth, and Sister Carly is last of 10. 22.11 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Carolina Smoke Show has been vying for the lead and now has it clear by a length onto the far turn. Ms. Malice in second, Royal Princess third. Ms. California is in fourth position as they round the far turn. Bindi is fifth up toward the outside, and she is still running some 5 lengths off the lead. Moochie Girl has to go wide to the top of the stretch. She is 7 lengths from the front. Problems there as they move off the far turn as further back in the pack, Bindi unseated the rider. Up front, Carolina Smoke Show. And now here comes Moochie Girl on her outside, and Moochie Girl has the lead from Carolina Smoke Show, and then Mom's Cheesecake is in third position, moving by the 16th pole. It is Moochie Girl and Luis Saez. They are moving on for the finish with a widening lead, and Moochie Girl takes the nightcap. Carolina Smoke Show was home in the second position. Mom's Cheesecake was third, and then it was close for fourth, Bred to Run or Royal Princess. Inquiry sign posted. Hold all tickets. Stewart's inquiry focusing on number 8, Bindi, with the move around the final turn. Unofficial result, 37296. Unofficial. Unofficial result, 3, Moochie Girl first. 7, Carolina Smoke Show was second. 2, Mom's Cheesecake third. 9, Royal Princess fourth. 6, Bread to Run was fifth. 37296. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Moochie Girl, owned by Robert Shadle, trained by Ben Colebrook. Luis Saez, the winning jockey. Moochie Girl, 3-year-old filly by Munnings, out of La Burnett by Bernardini. Bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. Beard course about 7 furlongs in 1 minute, 29 seconds. 2 wins today for Luis Saez. Inquiry still pending. Hold all tickets. No change in the result. No action taken. The result will stand as is. 37296. That result stands. Race 10, results official. 37296, the official results. Pick 6 today pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No perfect tickets in the Super High 5. Carry over $6,199 for the Toyota Super High 5 when live racing resumes here tomorrow. Special Tuesday card, post time 1 p.m. Eastern on a program that will feature the $1 million Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. The sports bar and the mezzanine bar remain open for simulcasting for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.